Okay, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Call the regular virtual board meeting to order at 7:15. And I would like to make sure that there was a notice of executive session today at 5:30 for personnel and legal issues. Roll call, please, Mrs. Wagner.
Sure. It's 2 minutes.
Ms. Joy Beers?
There's some kind of feedback.
Yeah, I think we're good now. Okay. Ms. Joy Beers?
Present.
Mr. Richard Belts?
Here.
Mr. David Bradley? Mr. David Bradley?
here.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
Here.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
Here.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik?
Here.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
Here.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Here.
And Mr. Larry Stern? All present. We have two. We have Mrs. Barbara Bose and Mr. David Bradley.
Can you hear me? I can't hear you.
Ms. Bowles, can you hear us now?
Yeah, I can hear you. All right, on the agenda, I don't have the numbers written down here. I did send them to Missy under personnel. The motion to hire the coaches. I don't know why this motion is on this agenda. The athletic committee meeting is tomorrow where they're going to be discussed.
Yes, Ms. Bowes, that actually was part of the agenda, and there's been since discussion from the PIAA regarding fall sports. It's been kicked back. So at this point, when that comes to that motion, I know I, as superintendent, recommended that we table it until we have further guidance.
That I was going to say it should be postponed. The other thing, why weren't the stipends listed as they have been in the past? I mean, generally it tells what they're getting. I believe, at least some of what I've seen, it tells what they're being paid.
As part of one of the attachments, it's as per CBA, and in the CBA, all those positions are listed.
Right.
Right. So that just says as per the CBA.
Right. But
Yeah.
most people don't have that information, although I do.
Right.
Now, when the state told you in Act whatever it was that you had to pay the teachers and everything after the schools closed, is that in the collective bargaining agreement that has to continue, or was that just state mandated?
that was state mandated at the time, that they're requiring all individuals still continue to be paid, whether or not they, completed their assignment. So that included individuals like part-time cleaners and other people who were not here. And just so the teachers were still, doing the teaching, but, there was no activities or no athletics. But as part of that Act 13, the requirement, we were required to pay them.
Okay, so that's not actually built into the contract.
No, that is not.
So if they're hired now, if the state mandates it again, should schools close, we would have to pay them.
Depending on how that was worded, that is a possibility if they would require that to happen again.
Okay. All right. Now on motion B, I looked at the documents, and prior to the 2021 school year, it was always listed with the name of the teacher and, what they were going for their continued education. Now it just has employee numbers. And with that, nobody knows the employee numbers but the administration. So how can we be sure that tuition reimbursement is made should a employee resign or retire?
We get updates when individuals resign. Well, it would be resignation. If they retire, would be different. But example, if a teacher would leave to go to a different district, they would be referred to, and through Patty's office, those bills would be sent to those individuals.
Yeah, but how can we be sure that occurs if we don't know the names of the employees? I'm talking about the stakeholders. Why are they not provided with that information as they were up until the beginning of the 2021 school year? I mean, 2019-2020 school year.
Last school year, correct?
Yeah.
If you remember, we had a discussion about going to employee numbers for this situation, and also if
That
it
was
was
for
to,
conferences,
I know, but we also had the discussion because to let individuals know if they were going to be away, there was a little concern there. So we're gone with employee numbers to try and protect the identity of our employees and not letting people know when they may or may not be at the residence.
Right, and I understand that. But where was the motion to specifically approve it for this? Because it was only approved for conferences. In the prior motion, I couldn't find a motion where.
I don't recall a motion, but I may be incorrect for the conference ones as well.
Oh, no, there was a motion made for the conference ones. I remember that one specifically because I agreed, because you're going to be out of town for a number of days when you go to a conference. As far as continuing education, no one would know if that was an online course or not. And I just think that transparency demands that the names be used. And I understand the implications and why it's being done, but I don't think that's necessary. And without a motion, I'm not sure it can be changed that way. All right, now in motion 12, number 2, on the tax appeal from Lehighton School Sites LLC. I'd like to know if the solicitor has counseled the district on what fighting this tax appeal would cost the district and the odds of winning. And if so, what are the costs and odds? And if not, why not?
Ms. Bose, if I can address that when the actual motion comes before it, but I have sent the board numerous emails regarding the appeal prior to this.
But have you counseled them on the cost?
I told them what I would need to defend it, and I told them what our likelihood of success were based off the fact that we sold the property.
Okay. I guess we have to wait for the motion then. Hopefully they will decide in a fiscally responsible manner. That's it for my agenda comments.
Mr. Kemmer?
Real quick, I have a couple questions in reference to the coaching hires. With the 2-week PIAA pause, would the voluntary practices that are going to be coming up and that have already happened lock us into the payments to these coaches?
No, that is voluntary. So that would also include that is all voluntary work at this point. So.
Okay, so that's all my questions. I thank you.
Mr. Cleaver, this is Mrs. Wagner. Can I just answer Mrs. Bose real quickly with the stipends?
Yes.
Because the CBA is expiring August 31st, I didn't know if I could put the stipends for 1920 on because there aren't any for the 2021 school year. So just to let you know that with the stipends.
Thank you, Ms.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Brian?
I'm sorry, I can wait until the public comment for the end.
Okay, I believe that is all the comments we have, Mr. Stern. Mr. Bradley, I believe, is next.
There you go. Thank you. I did put in a interest to speak on the agenda because we also just went to the Finance Committee meeting and executive session, and I want to reiterate something that was mentioned back in March of 2019. It's very short and quick, but it was a recommendation by the Auditor General to the Scranton School District, the most recent public school district requiring state intervention and formal financial recovery. I think we're on that path. And inside of that, it mentioned that if they implement better government accountability and transparency of the blurred lines of authority between the board members, the administration, and the providers of professional services, we'd have less problems. A plan to draw those boundaries between the leaders, the board should follow the Sunshine Act and strive to be accountable. Also in his statements, very important, acknowledging and answering members of the publics who comment during the school board meeting. Now, my public comment is, why did this board only provide about 40% of the oversight documentation for these bills that are going to be paid? I mean, 116 checks are being issued this month, and 60 of them don't have the proper documentation. Now, in addition to that comment that I did make back in March of 15th that we're still struggling with, this district is broke. And I don't know if it was the same Brian that was in the Finance Committee meeting, but in an effort to answer him, he asked, how much does PFM get for each bond issue, right? And the answer is about $30,000. And the second part of that, oh snap, the solicitor gets about $25,000 for each bond issue to be reviewed. So before this district borrows more money on top of other money and makes recommendations in committees without the public having the opportunity to speak prior to, we should follow the Sunshine Act. Thank you. I would like an answer to my question, because the board is supposed to answer by recommendation of the Auditor General. Why was more than half of these payments not documented to this board prior to them having to make an informed decision to pay them or not?
The only invoices that were not shared with the board were invoices that related to personal health information. Those invoices were not released in accordance with personal health guidelines, protection of that personal health information. So those payments you referenced in your email, Mr. Bradley, all related to PHI, personal health information.
But the board has to oversee whether or not A, the person that's being given this benefit is employee of the district. B, I mean, you can redact a lot of it, but B, was it really owed to them as part of the collective bargaining agreement? And C, we have a benefits problem within this district that's causing a lot of consternation, because it's because of those salaries and benefits and the increases thereof that this community is losing its transportation. And that transportation is 70 times safer, not 70% safer, 70 times safer. And when this board chose to cut that out of the budget, along with other things, and add to those salaries and benefits, we should be checking it as a director. Now, I respect that you answered, and I appreciate that as the business manager, but this is a board meeting where we hold our board accountable. I was looking for our board president, Larry Stern, or vice president, Rita Spinelli, or treasurer, Nathan Fuller, to be held accountable for the fact that this board is blind to 60% of the dollars going outside this 60% of the checks, that hold dollars going outside this district. And I'm assuming somebody's looking at it, right? I mean, if you're blocking them from me, Larry, are you getting to see them? Rita, are you seeing them? Nathan, as treasurer, are you physically seeing these checks to make sure that they're going to the right people for the right reasons? Somebody has to be accountable. I'd like a board member to answer me as a citizen. Thank you.
Mr. Bradley, the business office is responsible for making sure the benefit payments are made to the proper people. We can't be involved in reviewing the information concerning personal health. So that is my comment.
So it's completely blind to you?
Comments, Mr. Stern, request for public comment, if that's all Mr. Bradley has.
Thank you. Let's move on to communications superintendent's report, Mr. Cleaver.
Yes, just as early as today, I just wanted to update the board. The health and safety plan has been submitted and uploaded on PD's website, so you could visit PD's website to view our health and safety plan. As of today, PDE and Department of Health have released information to assist school districts with making decisions about instructional models for the 2021 school year. According to the model release, schools in Carbon County fall under what they're considering the moderate level, which moves a district to a recommendation of blended learning or full remote. I want to highlight what PDE's definition of blended hybrid learning is for the board. Blended hybrid learning model, according to PDE, is any model in which the number of students in the school building is reduced to allow for social distancing of 6 feet. This may be accomplished in many ways, including split schedules, schedules that rotate by day or week, or similar approaches. For these recommendations, blended learning also includes scaffolding approaches that treat grade levels in a different manner. And of course, full remote learning is pretty self-explanatory. It's any model in which all students engage in all learning remotely. So I just wanted to, under these new guidelines, our current plan that is approved for the Heighton Area School District allows for multiple models of instructional delivery and split schedule model at the high school level to allow for 6 feet of social distancing. The district continues to receive requests for either synchronous learning model via Zoom or Canvas, or asynchronous regarding the district's virtual learning academy. Just to give you, we did touch base a little bit in the finance committee meeting. At this point, we are at approximately 200 students who have chosen this alternate learning model in our district. This will decrease the number of students physically present in the buildings. Parents have until Friday, August 14th, to notify the child's building level administration if they wish to enroll them in a non-face-to-face instructional delivery model. So our current reopening plan, when reading the definition and looking what we have submitted, does follow the recommendation and guidelines listed in the health-based metrics released today. As we are all aware, the conditions can change, and we'll continue to monitor the health-based metrics. So if you go on PD's website, you could click on there, and it's a week-by-week metrics. And they have it posted as of July 31st and August 7th. And Carbon County has been listed in moderate for both of those updates. So we'll continue to monitor that, but I just wanted to bring that attention to the board. That was sent out to all superintendents, and information I know was published in local media outlets as well as early as this afternoon. So that notification came at 11:30. So looking at that moderate level, our current plan does fall within those guidelines. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Filer, Solicitor's report.
Just briefly, we need to do something to address the right to know request appeals. We've had 18 appeals to the Office of Open Records in the last 3 months. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of money.
Thank you, Mr. Filer. Mr. Claver. I just want to make sure everybody can you hear me, Mr. Cleaver?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to approval of minutes. Need a motion and a second to approve the minutes of the June 22nd, 2020 regular meeting, enclosure number 1. Motion and a second, please.
So moved, Wayne.
Second by Nathan.
I have a motion by Mr. Wentz and a second by Mr. Fowler. Any discussion on the minutes? Hearing none, I will go for a roll call vote for approval. Mrs. Wagner?
Okay. Mr. Richard Belts?
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley? Mr. David Bradley?
No, they're not in compliance with our school policy. Thank you.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland? Mr. Stephen Holland? Mrs. Gail Mahalik?
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
Yes.
And Mr. Larry Stern?
Yes.
So I have 8 yes, 1 no, motion carried.
On to item B, I need a motion and a second to approve the minutes of the June 29th, 2020 special board meeting, enclosure number 2. Motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Second by Nathan.
I have a motion by Mrs. Spinelli, a second by Mr. Fuller to approve the minutes of the June 29th, 2020 special board meeting. Comments, please, by the board.
I'd like to make a comment.
Proceed.
So this is the special board meeting where the entire community tried to attend, it appears, where we had more than 100 people attempt to get into a meeting that only allowed 100. Is that correct?
Actually, that was August 5th, Mr. Bradley. This is the June 29th meeting to approve the budget, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
Hearing no other comment, I'll move for a roll call vote. Mrs. Wagner?
Sure. Mr. David Bradley?
Again, no, because the minutes do not comply with our Lehighton Area School District policy. Thank you.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland? Mr. Stephen Holland? Mrs. Gail Mahalik?
Yes, and I have something to add. I have information on how to get more participants involved in Zoom meetings at a very reasonable cost. So I'll share that with you later.
Thank you. Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers?
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern?
Yes.
8 yes, 1 no, motion carried.
On the financial matters, I need a motion and a second to approve the Lehighton Area Middle School Activities Fund for June 2020.
So moved by Nathan.
Second by Wayne.
I have a first by Mr. Fuller, a second by Mr. Wentz to approve the Heighton Area Middle School Activities Fund for June 2020. Enclosure number 3, any comments, please? Hearing none, I'll go for a roll call vote for approval. Mrs. Wagner?
Okay. Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland, Mr. Stephen Holland, Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
Yes.
Mr. Larry, I'm sorry, let me do Mr. Stephen Holland. Mr. Stephen Holland? I'll mark as absent at this point. Mr. Larry Stern?
Yeah.
Okay, 8 yes, 1 absent, motion carried.
On to item B, need a motion and a second to approve the payment of bills for June 2020. Enclosure number 4, general fund is $670,239.57. Payroll, $1,472,481.12 for a total of $22,142,720.69. Need a motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Second, Wayne.
I have a motion by Ms. Spinelli, a second by Mr. Wentz to approve the payment of bills for June 2020. Any further discussion on the payment of bills?
I would like to reiterate my concern that this payroll for $1.472 million was not reviewed by this board at all. So rather than them being unaware of any discrepancies that might be occurring on these payment of bills prior to seeing them, I am highly disappointed with this elected oversight board that is proceeding. So I would like to make a motion to table this until such time that this board can review the payroll and review this general fund payments that we were not provided the information for prior to authorizing it. Because let's face it, if we didn't see it, neither did the public. Can I get a second on the motion to postpone this, please?
I'll second it.
Any comments from the board concerning the tabling of the payment of bills?
Yes, I would like to say that when you review all the Auditor General reports for all the other districts that are in financial struggle like ours, they have found great discrepancies, and it's the lack of board oversight that allowed these things to permeate their system for years without being blocked or reviewed. And this board has taken significant issue in blocking this information, whether it's a Section 518 where they authorized that we could all see this documentation, and then our subordinate administration has blocked our access. Whether it's this board taking motions to block bank statements from being seen, even though it's Pennsylvania school code requirement that the school board of directors receives those full bank statements from the bank. It's an obligation from the bank, and the treasurer as well that's not doing his job by making sure that we board members can make informed decisions by having the information prior to these things being put on this agenda. Thank you.
Any other comment from the board? Any comment from the public, Mr. Cleaver? On the tabling of the payment of bills.
At this point, there are none, Mr. Stern.
Roll call vote to table the payment of bills, Mrs. Wagner?
Sure. This is to table the payment of bills. Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
No.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
No.
Ms. Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes, table.
Mr. David Bradley,
Yes, we should make informed decisions by having the information first.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
No.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
No.
Mr. Larry Stern.
No.
So that's 4 yes, 5 no, motion denied.
And I would like a roll call vote on the approval to pay the bills, since we already have a first and second, and we did have comment on that particular item as well.
Point of order, Mr. Stern. Can we please confirm with Mr. Filer whether or not this requires 5 or 6 votes to pay these bills when this board has just discussed the fact that we lack this information prior to this decision? And I don't believe any board member stated that they had this information prior to me taking this vote during the conversation.
You need a simple majority to spend the money. I'm not really sure what your question is.
Does this board have the legal right under Pennsylvania School Code to make an uninformed decision because everyone on this board admitted that they do not have the information?
I didn't hear
Prior to
them
making
admit
this
to
vote.
that.
You didn't hear them admit that? I asked if anyone had it and no one responded. It's by consent.
They didn't have the
If
information.
someone would like to,
Or not, they didn't have the information to make the motion.
yes,
Vote
let's
on.
try again. Does anyone on this board have this information related to payroll and the general fund and the 60% of the checks that were missing that are considered benefits, as our business manager mentioned, since they all identified by consent that they do not have it? Are they legally allowed to make an uninformed decision? I mean, is that really within their right, Mr. Filer?
And Mr. Bradley, you're framing their information as uninformed. They believe they have the information necessary to make a well-informed decision, so they can vote that way.
That would be absurd, knowing that they do not have that information. Did the legislature write these responsibilities of these board of directors such that they have a right, a prerogative to make uninformed decisions and blindly trust?
Again,
their
uninformed by your
administration?
standard, Mr. Bradley, not uninformed by theirs.
Well,
They were provided with the information from the business office. They believe it's sufficient enough for them to make an informed decision. They're allowed to vote.
I understand, but there's numerous Auditor General reports showing exactly this blind trust and rubber stamping of an administration that has caused great consternation with inside that district and financially. And this district's completely burdened, losing transportation, which is 70 times safer for these kids. Our responsibility first is to protect the kids. So for you to suggest that they're suggesting that they're making informed decisions by blindly trusting the administration, I find that to be suspect. Larry, do you feel
You're
that
putting
you have
words
the
in
information?
everyone else's mouth.
Larry, do you feel you have the information you need to make this informed decision? Rita?
I do.
Steve? Do you, Steve? How about Wayne? Do you?
Mr. Stern, you have a motion and a second, and I don't know what individual board members asking questions to other individual board members, but at this point, there is a motion and a second on the floor.
Most definitely, I'm allowed to discuss this information prior to its vote by our board to confirm whether or not our board is making an informed decision. It's my duty, under my oath, to act with fidelity to protect them, my board members, my fellow board members, from harming our community and not protecting the students or saving the district by not doing their job and neglecting their duty under Pennsylvania School Code prior to this action. So I would like to hear from our board, not necessarily our superintendent. Thank you.
Mr. Stern, you have
So
a
how about you, Joy? What do you think about this?
and a second by Mr. Wentz.
And how about you, Gail? What do you think about this? Should we let our board make this discussion and take this vote?
No, I don't think so.
Do you agree that you don't have this information?
I don't have the information. It'll be 5-4.
That we can predict, Gail. But Rusty, did you get any other information that I didn't get?
No, I didn't get any information.
And that would conclude with why we voted to postpone it until we had the information. I'm curious from the other five, will they respond as to understand why they want to push this through without the information when we all know that they do not have it, right? Now, there's also someone with their hand raised. I think they have an opportunity to
Mr.
speak.
Stern, again, we have a motion we could continue.
Mr. Cleaver, please, this is a discussion with the board.
Mr. Bradley, please.
And you have a person with their hand raised.
Respect and not call him by his last name.
Okay, but you have this, you have
made your point, Mr. Bradley. You have iterated it again and again and again. Everybody does their diligence the different ways. You do it one way, I do it another. I look back at historical information on payroll information and see if it's within needs and if it's within the guidelines, and it is. That's my interpretation of validating the information. And actually, this payroll is for June. It has already been dispersed to our employees. So you voting no on paying our employees, I'm not sure what the implications of it would be, but I don't think that sends a really good signal to the employees of our district that you are voting no on paying them their due salaries.
Under what lawful authority did this district pay without the first oversight of this board? Does the administration of our organization have these authorities? Signing contracts, paying bills, writing checks? I thought the responsibility was that of the board. Are we saying that this board allowed this administration to circumvent the checks and balances in the system? Is that what you're just stating there, Mr. Stern? Is that your testimony, sir?
You don't approve payroll ahead. You approve it, and it's been done like this for pretty much as long as I can recall, and as long as you've been on the board. The payroll has been done after actually people have been paid from an approval perspective.
And it is time we correct these things. And also, this motion not only includes payroll, sir, but includes $670,000 worth of expenses.
Many of
to
those
which you do
dollars
not have copies of.
I've explained about previously are health insurance expenses.
I know, but you do not have copies of them. You did not review them, sir. You just admitted again. Your testimony is that you didn't do this responsibility. It's yours. Under the Pennsylvania School Code, you got elected by these people to serve them, right? They don't have access to that information. You do. You're elected director of oversight, right? They would have to do a right to know. They would have to get it redacted. Here you have an opportunity to be forthcoming and transparent with the district, do your job, and then make sure that we as a community can afford this stuff, right? Because this district has been overspending for nearly a decade. I still think that we should allow the public to speak.
Hearing no other board comment, roll call vote, Mrs. Wagner.
Sure. Okay, so for payment of bills, Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
No.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
No.
Mr. Richard Belts,
No.
Mr. David Bradley,
No.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes, to approve the payment of bills for June 2020, which includes general fund, which includes normal expenses and benefits and payroll. Thank you.
Okay, motion 5-4, motion carried.
On to item C.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you say, can you repeat that, please, Melissa? I want to make sure it's recorded in the minute. You said it was 5-4?
You got it, 5-4. Yeah,
5-4? Okay, thank you.
5-4, yes. Yep. Need a motion and a second to approve the following reports. Expenditure report, expenditure by operating report, revenue summary, treasury report, general fund, capital reserve fund, capital projects fund, and food service fund. I need a motion and a second, please.
So moved by Nathan.
Second by Wayne.
Motion by Mr. Fuller and a second by Mr. Wentz to approve the reports. Any comment from the board on the reports, please?
I have a comment when you're ready.
Your floor, sir.
The treasurer's report lacks the documentation required by Pennsylvania School Code. Are we going to fix that prior to adopting these reports? This board has a history of consuming general funds, and this general fund report is inside of this motion. And can you please have Mr. Cleaver? There you go, Mr. Cleaver. Thank you. So this treasurer's report has general fund in it and capital reserve. We made capital reserves, and here there need to have oversight, right? We don't want to be unaware of what's being moved around this district. We've had enough issues in this state by looking at the Auditor General reports for all these people that are going by just rubber stamping stuff and not even looking. I will not make a motion to table. However, I would highly recommend that we get the information prior to approving reports.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley. Is there any other comment? Roll call vote, Ms. Wagner?
Sure. Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
No.
Mr. Richard Beltz,
No.
Mr. David Bradley,
I abstain for lack of information provided to this board prior to this decision, which needs to be an informed decision.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
No.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes, on the approval of reports.
So that's 5 yes, 4 no, motion carried.
On to item D, I need a motion and a second to accept the donation to the general fund of $1,000 from the United Way for Girls Club, G2. Motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Second, Wayne.
Have a motion by Ms. Spinelli, a second by Mr. Wentz to accept the donation to the general fund of $1,000 from the United Way for the Girls Club, G2. Comment from the board? I would just like to say thank you to the United Way for making it possible to support the advancement of our girls in our society. Roll call vote, Mrs. Wagner?
Sure. Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Richard Beltz,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes, thank you.
9 yes, motion carried.
On to item E, need a motion and a second to approve the contract with Therapy Bridges LLC to deliver special education related services and evaluations. The service is not available through the CLIU. Enclosure number 6. Motion and a second, please.
So moved, Wayne.
Second, Rita.
I have a motion by Mr. Wentz and a second by Ms. Spinelli. Comment from the board on item E.
Have we worked with this group in the past?
This service, as it states, was a related service for evaluations, and now the IU-21 is not. So this is a new service that offers this as a part of the requirement. So this is not a new, this is a new service, but not necessarily a new company. This is something that they have done in the past, the testing.
I see. And we're doing it because it's no longer available through the CLIU, is that?
That is correct. Yep. The IU is no longer, that's a service that are unavailable, and it's a requirement for some of our special needs students. And so in the attachment, you could see the cost for, you know, some of the reporting and different occupational processes for like OT as well that they will be involved with.
Why did the IU stop offering this? What was behind that?
I'm not aware. It requires specific testing protocols, and some of those specifics the IU does not have to offer us.
Okay. How was this group, Therapy Bridges, chosen?
Or it was coming recommended from our special education advisor, director, I should say, excuse me.
Further question?
I have one more question. I'm sorry. What's the cost of this
It
motion?
will not exceed, depending on the requirements, depending on what test is needed for the individual student or students, it will not exceed $1,500. That is found in the language of the contract.
Yeah, correct. But that's per student, correct?
No, this is for this individual testing requirements that we're going to need to do.
So it's $1,500 for the entire district.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Fleeper. Any question, Mr. Bradley? Any further comment from the board? Hearing none on the board, roll call. Mrs. Wagner?
Sure. Ms. Joy Beers?
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts?
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley?
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik?
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern?
Yes.
9 yes, motion carried.
I'll move on to item F. I need a motion and a second to approve the agreement for participation in child programs between school districts, area VOTEX, and intermediate units. Enclosure number 7. Need a motion and a second, please.
So moved
So
by
moved.
Nathan.
Second, Wayne?
I have a first by Mr. Fuller and a second by Mr. Wentz. Any comments on item F from the board?
What is the cost of this program?
There is no cost for this program. This is the lunch program. The IU has moved several of its programs into a new building within our district. So their lunches will be made here, and then they'll be provided to the students at the IU. The IU will cover the cost of transportation, and the reimbursement comes back to the district. We have the same type of agreement with BHA.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley. Hearing no further questions, roll call vote on the approval of this agreement, Mrs. Wagner.
Sure. Mr. Richard Belts? Was that a yes?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Mr. David Bradley?
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik?
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers?
Yes.
and Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
Okay, 9 yes, motion carried.
And move on to personnel as previously discussed. Athletic hires, I would entertain a motion to table the athletic hires at this point.
So moved.
Second by Nathan.
Finale to table and a second by Mr. Fowler to table the athletic hires for this particular meeting. Any comments or from the board?
I have one question. How did this list of athletic hires get created if the athletic committee has not been meeting?
Yes, this group of hires is recommended from the administration. This did not go through the athletic. These are assistant coaches. The only head coach is the cheerleading coach on this list.
But again, the procedure, the oversight is to make sure that it goes through all these committees because it's the board's responsibility for any hires. So why would we circumvent that? I agree that we're tabling it, but I think you're tabling it for a different reason. And I find disgust that this board continually rubber stamps this administration without even reviewing stuff.
Dave, what do you think this reason is?
During the earlier understanding is the PIAA has pushed fall sports till it looks like January. Is that correct, people?
At this point, the PIAA has suspended it until August 24th.
The acclamation.
Until when? Until when?
August 24th.
Oh, okay.
But at the same time, there's no expectation that they're going to come back at all, correct? For the fall season, given the governor's edict?
I have no information regarding that. The only thing we know is that PIAA has decided to reconvene in 2 weeks and make a decision from them. But as far as that information, I have no guidance that that is the case. The only thing we know for certain right now is it's delayed for 2 weeks to the 24th.
But then we also, wasn't it also stated that the league we're in is also pushed, right? Didn't they push this already or not?
Everyone right now is within the guidelines of 2 weeks. I'm not familiar with any decision from the league at this point, other than they're going with the guidance from the PIAA. There has been no other information that's been shared with me.
Well, PIAA is a privately held corporation. It has no authority whatsoever. We joined that group and as a lobbyist to tell us who we can play and the schedules and organizing, and it's a nice relationship. And as a past coach, I like the PIAA within reason. But ultimately, we have to respect where this authority lies. It's within the board, number one, and then number two, within the communities that we serve to help us decide. I'd love to be able to still have these sports available, but we have to comply, right, with whatever the state edict is for safety of these kids. And that's the concern. I believe Jim Thorpe has already had some issues, and they're postponing a lot of their football as well. Is that correct? Athletic committee, Wayne, Stephen, do you have any input on this understanding?
Mr. Bradley, that might have been in the paper. It might have not been in the paper. I'm not confirming or denying Thorpe's issues with anything COVID related. All I do know is that the PIAA is the sanctioning body of interscholastic athletics within Pennsylvania, and really nothing can happen without them being part of your processes. So,
well, actually, no, they're just a lobbyist like anybody else. You pay them money and they can do a job. Our board has the authority to call up 5 schools or 3 schools and have their contest at any time. We own the stadium. Our community can decide. I think it'd be a great value actually to allow our community internal to itself that has not had these issues within the school in the green zone and everything, that these kids get to go play and practice and hone their skills. I don't think the PIAA has any authority over what our school district does, other than if we want to join in with what they prescribe. Now we could most
And that is your
definitely
opinion,
call up
Mr. Bradley. My opinion is completely different than yours.
Please explain yourself, sir. Thank you.
Well, I mean, the PIAA is a sanctioned body of athletics within Pennsylvania, and that is the way it is. We are waiting for their recommendation, or not their recommendation, but their information to come down on August 21st to determine what the next steps are. So we're actually talking about tabling this, and we have gone off on a tangent. So I want to come back to tabling the hires until our August 24th meeting, at least, results of the PIAA meeting and their interaction with the governor. So roll call vote, Mrs. Wagner.
Wait 1 second. So before we come back on the 24th, let's investigate this PIAA concept that realistically we can have our students, if we're safe, practicing, and then we could just make it a tournament, right? We just add and ask other schools that may or may not want to join in, whether it's field hockey or girls soccer or
It would be
most
my
definitely.
recommendation to
I
go
understand
against
that,
what
but
the
I'm saying
governor
that
says
I'm
as
just
well.
asking for information, sir. I think we should
You
collect the
can
information.
gather the information for our next meeting. How's that, Mr. Bradley?
No, sir, that's not how it works. Okay, it's not how it works.
Oh, it's not? Well, I think we need to move on off this topic.
I think that we have an athletic
hires.
committee.
If you want to bring that up under new business, feel free to bring it up.
No, we're still under this athletic. So if we have a committee, why not we assign it to the committee to find out what the options are so that these kids can play? Why wouldn't we? You're the board of directors of a local school district.
I believe the PIAA has said they would reconvene and have more information before our next board meeting on the 24th.
We all heard that, sir. We're not talking about that. Follow the conversation. We're talking about the fact that PIAA has their rules, and if you want to join their party, you can join their party and you can play. But we also have an opportunity as a school board to allow our sporting events to take place and find sparring partners within our academic equality, whether we want to fight up a notch or fight down a notch. That's understandable. But we do have a right to have either a tournament or have opportunities for these kids to play if their parents feel suitable. And I think that the parents should have a say in that. I mean, especially when I look at cross country, that's an individual sport. Most definitely that could be a value to the community if they so choose. I mean, that's a socially distant sport. I'm surprised you were able to even pass earlier for doing contact sports and then neglect the band. I mean, the guy can hear that person from 6 feet away and make comments. I don't see why this board of directors is abdicating its authority to all these other organizations when we have our community we're supposed to be serving. We should be listening to them and giving them opportunity and options so they can either volunteer to participate or not.
Athletic committee meets tomorrow morning, I believe it is. So maybe that could be brought up at that committee. Thank you, sir.
Why don't we have this board tell that committee to do their job and collect this data so that this community of 66 members will have actual information and be held accountable, right? Otherwise, those guys are going to show up. You know how it goes. Rubber stamp, blind trust. Kids get hurt. Nothing gets done.
Is there any comment from the community concerning the tabling of the athletic hires at this point, Mr. Cleaver?
Ms. Zelrick?
Yes, table it so that the PIA can reconvene and we have more direction from the Department of Education and Health and all of that. Enough with discussing whether football's happening or not. That's not what the motion is. The motion is to delay the athletic hire, and let's focus on that. Bring it up in new business if you have an issue about the other stuff. Let's just move along, please.
Ms. Bose? Ms. Bose?
All right. Yes, it should be tabled, but it doesn't hurt to look into other options either. And certainly the athletic committee might want to do that.
That is all the comments, Mr. Stern.
Okay, thank you. Roll call vote for tabling the athletic hires, Mrs. Wagner.
Sure. Mr. David Bradley?
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley? Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Nathan Polar?
Yes to table.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik?
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli? Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers?
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts?
Yes.
And Mr. Larry Stern?
Yes on tabling. Thank you, Ms. Wagner.
9 yes to table.
Item B under personnel, I need a motion and a second to approve the following request for pre-approval of courses, programs of study for continuing education, employee 1434, programs of study, MS Instruction Technology Graduate Program, Wilkes University, employee 1619, Intro to Special Education and English Language Arts at LTRI-C. Can I have a second, please?
So moved. Steve?
Second. Go ahead, Nathan.
Have a first by Mr. Holland, a second by Mr. Fuller. Approve the following requests for pre-approval of courses, programs of study for continuing education. Comments from the board, please.
This is Mrs. Wagner. I just need to make one comment. The first one does not, that's just a program of study, so there's no cost associated. I forgot to put on the second one, the cost associated with that class is $300. Thank you.
Roll call vote, Mrs. Wagner, thank you.
Sure. Mr. Nathan Polar?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik?
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers?
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts?
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley?
Yes.
And Mr. Larry Stern?
Yes.
9 yes, motion carried.
On to item T, I need a motion and a second to acknowledge FMLA leave for the following, not to exceed 12 weeks, employee 1103, effective August 3rd, 2020.
So moved, Wayne.
Second.
Yes, second.
I have a first by Mr. Feinz, a second by Mr. Spinelli. Any comments on item C from the board? None, I'll entertain a roll call vote. Mrs. Wagner?
Okay. Mr. Stephen Holland?
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik?
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers?
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts?
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley?
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Polar?
Yes.
And Mr. Larry Stern?
Yes.
9 yes, motion carried.
On to item D, I need a motion and a second to approve the sabbatical leave for employee 747 for the purpose of restoration of health for the first semester of the 2021 school year. Need a motion and a second, please.
So moved. Steve?
Wayne, second.
I have a motion by Mr. Holland, a second by Mr. Wentz to approve the sabbatical leave for employee 747 for the purpose of restoration of health for the first semester of the 2021 school year. Any comments from the board, please?
Is this part of the collective bargaining agreement?
Yes, there is language in there that allows for parental leave, sabbatical leave, and other types of leave that are within the contract. Yes.
And is sabbatical leave paid leave?
Depending on the amount of, it's also part of the school code, but depending on the amount of days they have as far as sick days, they have that option to use sick days.
Thank you.
Hearing no further comments, I'll go for a roll call vote. Mrs. Wagner?
Sure. Ms. Gail Mahalik?
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers?
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts?
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley?
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
yes,
Mr. Larry Stern?
Yes.
9 yes, motion carried.
On to item E, I need a motion and a second to approve parental leave for employee 1367 beginning September 1st, 2020 through October 31st. Motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Second, Wayne.
A first by Ms. Spinelli, a second by Mr. Wentz on the parental leave for employee 1367. Any comments from the board, please? Hearing none, I'll go for a roll call vote. Mrs. Wagner, thank you.
Sure. Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers?
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts?
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley?
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
yes,
Mrs. Gail Mahalik?
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern?
Yes.
9 yes, motion carried.
On to item F, I need a motion and a second to accept the intent to retire for the following employee terms of respective contract ability to all retirement benefits. Number one, Mr. Blaine Klotz.
So moved by Nathan.
Second,
second by Steve. Oh, whatever.
Okay, I have a first by Nathan and a second by Mr. Holland. Comments on Mr. Klotz's intent to retire?
yeah, Larry Wayne, knowing Blaine almost my adult life. The guy's a great guy, dedicated worker, and he'll truly be missed. So wish him the best in retirement, him and his wife.
Thank you, Mr. Wentz. Any further comments? I'd like to say the same. Anywhere you put in 18, almost 19 years of service, you've done a great service to the Heighton School District, that's for sure, and keeping our facilities up to date and as good looking as they are. So thank you to Blaine. Roll call vote, Mrs. Wagner?
Sure. Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers? Mr. Richard Belts?
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley?
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
yes,
Mrs. Gail Mahalik?
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
Yes.
And Mr. Larry Stern?
Yes.
9 yes, motion carried.
On to item G, I need a motion and a second to accept the resignation of the following employees. Patricia Ebert, July 20th, 2020. Patricia Denicola, September 11th, 2020. Terrence Brown's, effective immediately. And Valance Fedor, effective immediately.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Bradley first, by a second by Mr. Belts. Any conversation comments on these resignations?
In understanding from our constituent stakeholder that made a comment earlier, I believe Patty was one of those people that actually has some educational credits that were just taking place recently. Did anyone review or check whether or not there's a plan to get those repaid if they did not meet the 5-year plan, or review at least whether or not they met the 5-year plan?
Mr. Bradley, for clarification, business manager and superintendents are on different contracts. The reference to that was for the professional and support
I'm
staff.
talking about Patricia Ebert, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. You are correct. But we will look at that once it is accepted, and if there is any type of money that is due to the district, they would be billed accordingly. Yes.
And will you report back to the board the information that you've uncovered by doing that investigation?
Yes, we could give information to the board.
Excellent. I expect it. Thank you. Does anyone else, hold on real quick, Larry, does anyone else on this board feel the need to make a special motion just to make sure that happens? That our superintendent responds back? I mean, we've already done motions where we've asked them to do things and then it doesn't necessarily get carried. Do we need a special motion, or is the consensus that we're going to receive this information from him at some point in the future?
Mr. Bradley, I could.
Yeah, what do you think?
With all open invoices for any individual who has left the district and still is required to pay the district.
Sounds good. Thank you. Gail, what do you think?
I'd like to hear back, of course. It makes sense to move forward and get back. We're in dire straits right now. We need everything we can get when it comes to us, when it deserves to come to us. And it's only fair.
Hearing no further comment, roll call vote on accepting those resignations, Mrs. Wagner.
Sure. Ms. Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes, thanks, Patty.
Mr. David Bradley,
Yes, thank you, Patty, Terrence, and Vlance. Thank you.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes, for me, and I'd also like to thank especially Ms. Denicola for all the work she's done in the time she's been here and how she's helped our district.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes, and I also accept these resignations with regret. Thank you.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
It's 9 yes, motion carried.
On to item 8.
Sorry, Mr. I just wanted to, comment on, some of them. Of course, they'll all be missed greatly. But I know working, closely with Ms. Denicola and, Ms. Everett on, many different programs. I appreciate, the things that Ms. Everett has done for us. She is currently taking the position at Panther Valley, so she's kind of close. I know she'll be working and, contacting us, and we thank her for her service as well. And Ms. Denicola, for her guidance and structure that she put into the department, the business department, that we can continue to move forward. And knowing that Ms. Denicola is only a phone call away, I appreciate all her time and effort. A lot of people don't realize the weekends and, the long evening hours of putting stuff together for all administration, especially with the reopening plan. But our finances, the way they were and the way she was able to, dive into them and assist us, all administrators, to help us, better understand it is greatly appreciated. And I just wanted to thank her personally.
Mr. Cleaver, I'll move on to motion H. Need a motion and a second to eliminate the following Act 93 positions for the 2021 school fiscal year: Assistant Business Administrator and Director of Information Technology. Motion and a second, please.
So
So moved.
that you, Rusty?
That was me.
Thank you.
I'll second.
The first by Mr. Belts and a second by Mr. Fuller to eliminate the following Act 93 positions for the 2021 school year. Comments from the board?
Larry, how did this get on the agenda?
Mr. Bradley, as part of the budget remediation plan, this was enacted to eliminate 2 Act 93 positions in order to get us to a balanced budget.
And did it go through any committees prior to getting to that budget meeting?
With
budget
the
decision?
finance committee.
The finance committee. So somebody in the finance committee reviewed whether or not these positions were suitable for this next upcoming year. Do you know what meeting that was discussed in? Was it pre-COVID or post-COVID?
It was probably in the month of June prior to the approval on the 29th of June.
And yet someone saw fit, right, to remove the director of information technologies when we're going to have 2,400 students in our school, many of which might be not participating in a classroom. That makes no sense of all the places to cut back. That's almost as unique as cutting back nursing staff and pupil safety and transportation. So how was this vetted? What process took place that chose these 2 people of all our hundreds of employees to eliminate the position, right? To balance this budget.
And again, Mr. Bradley, we discussed this the whole month of June. And how was it vetted? It was recommended by the administration to eliminate these 2 positions.
Well, when you say we discussed this in the whole month of June.
The finance committee, if you look back on the finance committee notes for the month of June,
right.
This was all in there. As part of the balanced budget, this action was in that document.
And nobody still sees that this is wrong.
I can't comment on.
Do you feel it's wrong, Larry? I mean, Director of Information Technology, pandemics, needing people?
I do not.
Okay. How about losing the assistant business manager, eliminating their position when we just lost our business manager to leave for a better career, which is wonderful. It just reeks of the problems that took place between the transition of the last.
I don't agree with your assessment, Mr. Bradley.
Well, this board has
I don't agree. I mean, you have your opinion, I have mine.
I agree.
If we all had foresight that what was going to happen in the next 2 or 3 months, wouldn't it be a wonderful place? But we don't have foresight into that, and we had to take these actions, and we're going to recover the best that we can.
But you can take the action now and correct the mistake if you feel it was one, and say, you know what? Wait a second. If Patty's leaving, maybe we don't want to eliminate this yet. Hey, if we're going to have COVID issues, maybe we don't want to eliminate these people yet. I think this is an opportunity for the board of directors to treat the stakeholders with respect and stop taking away benefits and raising taxes, especially when it comes down to a situation where this district is in dire financial position. If anything, right?
That's why the positions are being eliminated, because we're in this dire financial situation, according to you. But that's part of the reason the positions are being eliminated, Mr. Bradley.
I understand, but think that through. When you eliminate these positions, you're eliminating a benefit to the stakeholders of this community. And therefore, will this board make up the difference to make sure that these kids have access to the technology? I mean, we had a struggle, guys. It was a huge struggle last year. And here you're going into the year, short one key player to the team. And we had a struggle transferring from the last business manager to the one we got. I mean, that was the number one statement. Hey, I wasn't here before. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. And here we're losing a business manager and the assistant business administrator. I mean, I would think that you wouldn't eliminate this position until at least you hire a new business manager. But that's just, like you said, my common sense opinion about how a board of directors oversees a community of stakeholders doing things in their best interests as a public servant.
Any further comments from the board?
I do. I have a question for Mr. Kleber in regard to the Director of Information Technology. Who's going to take over those duties? Are you going to replace that person and just give them a new title? Or how are we going to handle the job that he did?
Yes.
Who's going to do it?
At this point, the
That's a board decision, Gail, but so you shouldn't really push it onto that other person, but we can listen to what our.
No,
Well, I'd like to see if he has any comments on this.
Well, according to Mr. Bradley, I guess
he can definitely lobby this board. I think he should lobby this board. It's a
question, but I'm unable to. Thank you.
Not at all, sir. I think you should lobby the board.
You're not going to answer the question?
He should lobby this board and explain himself so that this board can ask the questions why and provide our oversight. If he would like to not do that, that's fine. But
well,
Gail,
if he can't answer it, can Larry answer it?
Yeah, Larry's supposed to. But the reality is you asked why, right? But it's really the board's decision here. This is not the administration's decision. We decide as a board the number of employees, what they do, how they do it, whether you eliminate a job, and then the administration is the one that fills that position, right? By interviewing people, and then the board reviews that process again, right? And then the board executes the contract, the board executes the hiring. This is a process. This is what we're talking about that happened in Scranton when you don't have this delineation between what are the responsibilities of the board and what are the responsibilities of the administration. A key responsibility of the board is deciding which positions are available and which ones are needed. And then we then find the money to make it happen, right? So I'd love to hear from our superintendent, but I think the understanding is to make sure that we realize it's the board's decision, not his. Thank you.
I'm just want to know who's going to step into those shoes and fill them until who's gonna do that? That's a big job.
And that's why we should ask the board, and the board should ask our administration. Larry, obviously you said this was discussed. Was that discussed during these June meetings?
I never heard anything about it, at how they were going to handle the empty position.
Correct. I didn't either. That's why we're having this conversation.
Mr. Bradley, you're talking in circles. She asked a question of the administration, and now you're telling her she should ask the board so the board could ask the administration.
100%, sir. That's the chain of command. Chain of command. Thank you. I really appreciate it that you would think it's circular. It's not. It's the chain of command. The board decides at the finance committee meeting. The finance committee members ask its administration, takes guidance from the administration, but ultimately it is those committee members that act as government to make these decisions. So if they made those decisions, what was the rationale? Why, right? And that's what the stakeholders ask for oversight. Why are you doing this and how are you going to do it? And you ask the board first. If you don't know the answer, you can ask the administration, but the board should know first. They're the ones that are in this meeting, a public meeting, to answer the questions of the stakeholders and other board members that may or may not have been privy or part of that committee meeting. Now, if we had more transparency with the committee meetings, they'd all be online. We'd all be able to watch them. Maybe the minutes would be in accordance with our policies. These are all areas that need to be corrected, right? If you look at Scranton and the Auditor General, these are the things he was talking about. So thank you, Nathan. I appreciate that. You're awesome.
Mr. Bradley, we really can't comment on the personnel reasons of why things were discussed and put forth to balance the budget with these particular two positions. We would have had probably a valued conversation should you have not have hijacked the executive session where we could have discussed the reasons of why things were done the way they were concerning these two positions. I know Mr. Cleaver did want to speak about it, but at this point we cannot.
But you can, because you're either eliminating a position or you're not.
No, you can't.
Why
because
can't
you're
you?
asking questions
you're telling me,
about
hold
things
on,
that we
it doesn't
really
matter
can't
about the person, sir. The person that fills that position is irrelevant as to the position itself. Okay? If you need to have this person, a director of information technology within our community to support these kids, we need to have that position. And then if it can't be filled by the current person or, whatever reason that you're thinking is private, is irrelevant, moot. to the point that we're trying to make of why are you eliminating a position, and if you're eliminating it, how are you covering it? Are you putting this burden and responsibility on other players, other people? Are they overtaxed? Are they going to be able to get it done? Because currently we had a big problem, and these students is who we should be caring about. And that's where you can say that I'm trying to steer this government back into being a government of, by, and for the people. And I respect that. And I'm glad you noticed. Now let's do it. Thank you.
Hearing no further comment, roll call vote, Mrs. Wagner.
Okay, this elimination of the Act 93 positions. Mr. Richard Belt,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
Abstention, lack of information. Thank you.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Ms. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Regretfully, yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
So I have 8 yes, 1 abstention, motion carried.
On to my item I, need a motion and a second to eliminate the following position for the 2021 school year, lunchtime aides effective immediately. Need a motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Second by Nathan.
I have a first by Mrs. Spinelli, a second by Mr. Fuller on the elimination of the following positions for the 2021 school year, lunchtime aides.
Is that all of them, Larry? All of the lunchtime aides?
Yes, it is, Mr. Bradley.
So you're removing every lunchtime aide from the entire community as part of balancing a budget. What was the total dollar value of this lunchtime aides?
I guess maybe we should discuss the operations in the buildings and why the lunchtime aides would not be needed while we are under the COVID restrictions. Mr. Cleaver, would you mind to comment on that, please?
Yes, at the high school level, lunches will be provided in the classroom. They will not be in the cafeteria due to the 6 foot. At the middle school, we are still looking at the way the cafeteria will be handled. And at the elementary level, there'll be less students there, and the guidance of those students will be handled by current staff members, full-time staff and part-time staff members, but not lunchtime aides.
And can you respond to the second part of my question? What's the savings to the budget to make sure that this happens?
I do not have that information in front of me, Mr. Bradley. I'm sorry.
We can provide that to you.
How about our business administrator? Do we know this line item saved on this budget? I have the budget pulled up. Can we just get the code number that this is under? My microphone on?
Yes, it is, Mr. Bradley. It is on. And
Okay, can we get the code?
I don't
I
have
have the
I don't have the
budget pulled
number
up.
at my fingertips either.
I have the budget. Do we know the code that this is under?
I don't off the top of my head, sir.
No problem.
We can provide that. I'm sure the business office will provide that to you. Mrs. Wagner is noting that to be provided to the board.
Does anyone else feel that that's information needed to be able to make an informed decision?
Hearing none, I will go on to roll call vote. Mrs. Wagner?
Okay, Mr. David Bradley,
Lack of pertinent information, I'll abstain.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts? Mr. Richard Belts? Mr. Larry Stern?
Yes, unfortunately.
Okay. One more time, Mr. Richard Belts? I'm gonna have to mark absent. So it's 7 yes, 1 absent, 1 abstention, motion carried.
Mr. Cleaver, does it still show Mr. Belts is in the conference, please?
Yes, it does, sir.
Thank you. We'll move on to motion A, miscellaneous. Need a motion and a second to approve high school handbook for the 2021 school year. Closure. Motion and a second, please.
So moved, Dwayne.
Second by Nathan.
I have a first by Mr. Wentz, a second by Mr. Fuller to approve the high school handbook for 2021 school year. Comments from the board?
I have to ask this question. Did anyone on this board review these handbooks prior to them getting onto this agenda? Last year, we had a handbook meeting to make sure that the people, the stakeholders, had an opportunity to review these rules and laws that they'll be held accountable to make sure that the students are protected and the district is saved. Did anyone on this board get a chance to review these prior to, say, Thursday when they got handed out to the board? Because I have a couple comments about them if someone else actually reviewed them. Otherwise, I'm singing to the choir, right?
Go on, Mr. Bradley.
Well, I want to hear, did anybody on this board review them? I mean,
Mr.
anybody
Bradley.
correct any mistakes? Anybody look at
Bradley,
anything?
can you just please present your points?
Larry, I think it's respectful,
Mr.
professional
Bradley,
to allow people to
can you
have the
please
opportunity.
present your points instead of pointing out and trying to ridicule people. Just present
I'm
your
not
points.
ridiculing. I'm asking a question. It was a very simple question. You don't have
Well,
to take
you know, you don't have, there's policy against interrogating other board members.
I'm not interrogating. I'm asking a question.
You're asking, so what's the
Is
difference
that
between a
interrogation
question
now?
and interrogation?
Okay. So let me ask the
Your
question.
eyes would be done.
We can do it as all three. We can do it as one at a time. We'll do high school first. Is there any change from last year to this year associated with these handbooks? First question.
Yes, there is change to discuss the schedule requirements and also the addendums for COVID.
And the bell schedule is going to stay exactly the same, even though start times changed a little bit?
Now you'll see the daily schedule as part of the addendum.
Okay, so the one we were provided with the board was provided it, right? Yeah. It's not accurate? Is that what you're telling me?
No, there is an addendum as part of the enclosure for the handbook.
Yeah, I see it.
You can see page 54. It starts.
So we didn't correct the handbook. We're just tacking it on.
As I said before, there was changes that were made with that. So you could see by going through there that as part of the COVID and everything else that we have, all that is listed. So the yes, there was changes.
Okay. Did anyone else on this board identify those changes?
Mr. Bradley, your insinuation that everyone else has not properly reviewed the handbook is absurd. We've all received the same thing you've received. I've reviewed it to my satisfaction. If you have issues, please raise them, but stop accusing everyone else of not having reviewed the handbooks to your satisfaction.
And just to further Mr. Fuller's point, he didn't even notice the COVID-19 addendum in the back of the handbook. So
I can respect that. And Nathan, I fully respect it. Now, I have a little different point of view, and right, I have opinions, I guess, but my question was, and I tried getting these answered, and it was difficult to say the least, but I want to know why when we have a middle school and a high school and an elementary center where these kids are being harmed on a regular basis, that changes were not made to the handbook to mitigate the risks that these students are in. And actually what I've been watching is it's the opposite. You're trying to put these kids closer and closer together inside of the buses. I just don't understand how you go from year to year rubber stamping stuff, moving it to the next one without any review or conversation about, hey, we had a whole bunch of problems, right? We are one of the highest risk schools when it comes to disciplinary problems in the entire county. We make up more than half of the entire county's worth, right, of certain violations. And we tried to have this conversation at the policy meeting. Larry truncated us, as always. He tries to shut it all up. We try to have these conversations in other areas. You just ignore it. But the reality is you have a problem. It should be addressed. This is the opportunity and place to address it. I'll make a motion that we please postpone these 3 handbook motions, A, B, and C, until such time that these issues can be reviewed, because they are rubber stamps of the year before where you had all these problems. Now, if you could share my screen, I'll show you all the issues within our district if you'd like, but I understand that's not really within our capability right now. So I think you just table it. Can I get a second to table the handbook review until we have a chance that the stakeholders and the board members can accurately review these handbooks to make adjustments as a government to protect the students and save the community? Please. Anyone with a second, please?
Motion fails for lack of second. At this point, I will do a roll call vote on the approval of the high school handbook. Mr. Wagner?
Sure. Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Ms. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
Absolutely not, until the children can be protected. Thank you.
Mr. Larry Stern,
Yes.
8 yes, 1 no, motion carried.
On to item B, need a motion and a second to approve the middle school handbook for the 2021 school year, number 10.
So moved, Wayne.
Second by Nathan.
I have a motion by Mr. Wentz, a second by Mr. Folk to approve the middle school handbook for the 2021 school year. By the board, please.
I pulled up my spreadsheet that I pulled off the state website related to all disciplinary actions associated within the district. And not only are we way above the average for everything that's on in my sheet as listed as red, but I like to make the statement that we were responsible in the entire county. We were responsible for 100% of the total arrests within government schools. Right? That says that 100% of the kids arrested in Carbon County all went to Lehighton. Arrests. We're 65%, right, of misconducts, academic or a code of conduct. We're 62%, right, for the misconducts. For racial intimidation, we are 20% of all of the misconduct. This is straight out of the Pennsylvania Department of Education, right? This is the harassment and intimidation, 25% of all Carbon County. Altercations, 43%. Right? Bullying, 36%. If we were going to get our average, we should be at 16, right? 36, twice for bullying. Twice. Failure or disorderly persons, 36%. Disorderly conduct, 43%. Now, you would think that we would probably have some disciplinary issues within our district. We understand these are kids, and they probably should have the opportunity to seek out a little discipline in the eyes of maybe a detention or two, right? So the fact that if you look up the number of disciplinary actions that we had for the 18-19 school year, right? And I was surprised to find out that we had 0 bomb threats when we had a conversation in our meeting about such a thing. But so some of this might not be being recorded properly, right? But you're looking at how many people think that they got detention, right, in the entire district. Mr. Cleaver, can you tell me how many students got detention, plus or minus 10, higher or lower, for the entire district?
Mr. Bradley, I'm not sure what site you're referencing at this point.
Pennsylvania Safe Schools, part of the Pennsylvania Department of Education, right? A filing that you have to file and give to the district. So if I told you it was 0 detentions in the entire
Bradley,
school district, would you find that high or low?
Mr. Bradley, I will not comment on a document I don't have in front of me.
Okay, but if it was 0, do you know of any student
Bradley,
in the entire school district that got 1 single hour of detention? Could you name one instance that you said, yep, you know what, I remember somebody got detention?
Mr. Bradley, again, I'm not commenting on student discipline.
Okay. Does anyone on this board know? Because I'm looking at it, detentions.
You report these numbers as fact, and then next
I gave
breath,
them to you there, Nathan. You had them. You had a chance to review them. They're yours. 0 detention, 0 expulsions, right? For less than 1 calendar year, 0 for more than a calendar year, 0 for 1 calendar year. In school suspensions, we had 101, right? But 0 detentions? I find that odd. I don't think we're doing our job. I think these handbooks is a big part of it. And I think we should table these things until you get a chance to look at them and get the data and find out where these violations are occurring. Not specifically by an individual person. I'm looking at globally from the Safe Schools LEA report that we're required to present to the state, right? But 0 detentions? I mean, that just reeked of, wow, really? I found that surprising. What do you think, Nathan? Anybody on this board would like to address or ask the administration how that could possibly be? Someone has to know whether there was more than 0, right? I mean, 0? Anybody? How about if we go back a year and see how it's changed, right? So detentions back in, right?
Again, Mr.
1819 was 0. It was also 0.
Comment on a document that no one has in front of them. Thank you.
They do. This is the information we provided to the board. You can hide behind it. You can pretend you're unaware. You can stick your head in the sand. But to have an entire school district with 0 detentions and 101 in-school suspensions and a great increase in these violations once we had an elementary center comparison to individual safe local schools. So I think we need to look at these handbooks and find out what we're doing right and what we're doing wrong, because the government can only, make a rule and then administer it, right? Are we being more strict, which would be great? But I'm seeing a lot of injured kids inside of a district. I'm seeing a lot of lack of supervision inside of a district. I just want to hear from this board what they think about this information prior to seeking my vote on a handbook. I think these committees let these kids down. when they didn't supervise them, right? Or they get on a bus with people that are age inappropriate. You're actually aiming to increase. Or we have kids in the pediatric ICU, right? In an elementary center. It just rips my heart out. I don't know why this board isn't caring about to protect these students. Gail, what do you think?
I agree with you.
Any other comments on the handbook for the middle school?
So what are we going to do about it? If we all agree that this is a mistake, are we going to? I feel like I'm that guy in the jury. I'll try to get 9 people to realize that this is wrong and it should be changed and agree. I'm the only one with this opinion. I'm sure of it because I've been to these board meetings for decades and I've never seen someone review these state reports in a way that says, how are we going to stop? Right? We had kids doing really bad things in bathrooms, just a year or two ago. You had teachers doing really bad things to kids, right? And you had board members just shoving it under the rug.
I would advise that you probably stop on your comments, Mr. Bradley, when you're talking about those types of things.
You're making serious accusations of employees of the district, which are very inaccurate.
No, they weren't. The person was arrested. He confessed to being arrested back in the day. And it's public knowledge, right? You have public knowledge that a person was sent to prison for incident that occurred on one of our school buses between Indian Lane and another thing.
I would not recommend.
I don't want to get specific.
I would recommend, yes, you stop.
I don't need to get specific. I need to look at it as a global government responsibility to review incidences in a report that's published on the internet from the state of Pennsylvania for our guidance to review and say, hey, if we're higher than the other 4 districts in our county, what do they have in their handbooks versus ours? What are they doing instead of us, right? When I have 100% of the arrests, I was a lobbyist against having police officers in our districts. I think we should have security guards that are protecting the students, not police officers that are there to arrest our students. That's just a difference of opinion, I understand. But here's an opportunity. You talked about removing lunch aids. We got police officers that you're going to issue guns to, right? And allow them to have guns in our school. Now, I agree, a good person with a gun is better than a bad person, and I respect that. And I love our police officers. But you're doing handbooks here, and soon, right after this, is going to be the police officer and the new policies and giving them guns. I mean, under what authority are they going to have to be able to use them against our students? Not see, the great benefit of a security guard is he's only allowed to use that stuff against a perpetrator, not against a student. If it gets to a student situation, that's where our administration comes in and other managerial oversight takes place. But when you authorize a police officer,
okay, now you're
not to protect the
student. Any more comments on the handbook, Mr. Bradley?
This is about the handbook, sir. This is about the handbook. The whole thing's handbook. The whole thing's policy. The whole thing is across the board, sir. You have a responsibility.
I would, your comment concerning us identifying issues within our buildings, I think is probably why we have such a high account. And we're trying to keep care of our kids by keeping them safe and making sure that those issues don't get out of hand. So, I mean, you can look at it from both sides. Are the other districts not doing what they're supposed to do? Or are we doing more than what we should do? Are we doing our best of all of the districts in the county to protect our students by identifying things that aren't going correctly within the buildings?
And as a 9-year politician, Larry,
always
as a 9-year politician, I fully respect your answer.
Your issue is always to err on the side of somebody not doing something. I think we're doing something.
Yeah, I err on the side of protecting the students, sir. And
Exactly.
supervision is important.
We're protecting the students by getting the students out that have had issues and have documented things, and not to get into specifics, that have been maybe violent to other students or have not done what they're supposed to do within the confines of the buildings. And I think that's a good thing. Discipline is good. So I would like to move
But sir,
forward.
you're not getting them out. It shows in-school suspensions is 101. Out-of-school suspension or expulsion is 0. So don't tell me, and see that now you're doing that 9-year politician thing again, Larry. You got to
I'm
actually
not
look
a
at the numbers.
politician. I'm not saying, the thing is,
You
we're
are the
not
politician. You're
expelling
part
our
of the
kids.
government.
We're helping our kids to get back into society by not expelling them, Mr.
We've
Brown.
had a discussion on the, could we please move forward with the
No,
vote?
sir, we're having a discussion. This is called the board. This is the public meeting. They should see how people deliberate, right? We have a politician 9 years saying everything's okay, but
I'm going to call the question. I would like to get 2/3 vote.
If you're going to call the question, right, you're going to have to get a second to let the people speak whether or not this discussion over these facts should take place prior to adopting a handbook.
We've had the handbook since Thursday, Mr. Bradley.
And I agree. And after I review that nothing has changed, that I find that this board is not taking action to correct some situations that were significant inside of our community that fails to protect our students. And that's what I'm trying to say. If we want to protect our students, we have to establish policy and then enforce it. We have to look at a handbook and get them to comply, right? So they can sign it. They have a right to not sign this, and still show up at school. We have a responsibility to make sure that their rights are protected, okay? And you have a lot of issues found within these reports that we've provided and shared with this board many times, policy meetings and across the board, and they're just ignored. People just put their heads in the sand and say, oh, they're good kids anyway. And I get it. There are a lot of good kids, but they need supervision. That's our job. This is a government school. There are responsibility from when they leave their property until they get to our school. And for the same board to remove transportation that's 70 times safer, I question the morality of this board and the protection of students, and these handbooks are a big part of it. Thank you.
Roll call vote, Mrs. Wagner.
Okay, for the middle
Sorry,
school
you have
handbook.
people with their hands raised. Are you not going to listen to them, or?
Mr. Stephen Holland,
I'm sorry, yes.
Ms. Gamaholic,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
No.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern. 8 yes, 1 no, motion carried.
Item C, I need a motion and a second to approve the elementary handbook for 2021 school year. Motion and a second, please.
So moved, Wayne.
Second, Steve.
I have a first by Mr. Wentz, a second by Mr. Holland to approve the elementary handbook. Comments from the board?
Same comments, but I'm going to not repeat them, but I will ask, I mean, from last year to this year, can we at least change page 13 so that it's properly formatted so people can read it? I mean, obviously, we're not going to pass that and rubber stamp that forward, right, with a blind trust. We're going to correct that, please. Can we make the addendum to this motion that we're going to correct page 13 so it can be legibly read? Thank you. I need a second for that addendum, by the way.
I think
That is just the way it's printed out. When you would view it online, it would be correct. That's just
Absolutely not. I checked. Thank you for thinking that. I verified it. It doesn't. It's both. It's not only when you do it online, but it's also when you print it. It's also when you save it as a PDF. There's no way to grab that left side of the page. It was just formatted poorly. It was a mistake. It carried forward from last year to this year.
If you would count the pages, it would be printed to where that page would be the middle page. I believe that was the issue we were having. Because it's printed as a book. You could see the way it's printed, it's actually printed as a book. The addendum, however, is not, but the other is actually printed because we get these printed as a booklet for the students. So when they get that, that would be the middle page. So that's why there's 24 pages. So that's the break between 12 and 13 would be the middle of the book. Thank you.
It doesn't show up on the website that way. And
we can look to correct that, but that is the way, that is why you're viewing it.
I made an addendum. Please, let's correct that. Can I get a second on that addendum?
Mr. Wentz and Mr. Holland, will you accept that motion with the addendum to make sure page 12 and 13 are correct?
No.
Okay, then we'll move forward with the roll call vote on the approval of the elementary handbook.
Okay. Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
No, for the safety reasons of the students.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern. I have 8 yes, 1 no, motion carried.
On to item D is you need a motion and a second to approve the pre-K counts parent staying student handbook for the 2021 school year, enclosure number 12. You'll notice, I need a motion and a second, please. Sorry.
So moved.
Seconded by Nathan.
A motion by Mr. Spinelli, a second by Mr. Fuller. Comments on the pre-K counts parent handbook?
Same objections.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley. As you will note, that is a much smaller document, of course, because we're dealing with a different type of audience and a different population. So. Is there any other comments concerning the pre-K counts handbook?
Yes, it scares me that we're going to be putting kindergartners and pre-K people in with these other kids.
Pre-K has been a program since the elementary center, and we had nothing but positive reports from it. And also the parents have actually spoken at board meetings of how happy they are with the pre-K program and the way it is running. Thank you.
I'll entertain a roll call vote. Mrs. Wagner for the pre-K counts parent student handbook for the 2020-21 school year.
Sure. Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts, Mr. Richard Belts. Welcome back. Mr. David Bradley,
No, same objections.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern,
Yes.
I'm sorry, and Mr. Richard Belts.
Yes.
Thank you. So that's 8 yes, 1 no, motion carried.
On the programs, I need a motion and a second to approve the second reading and adoption of the following district policies: 246 student wellness, 317.1 weapons, 710.1 district use of district owned vehicles, and 805.2 school personnel. Motion and second, please.
So moved. Wayne?
Second, Rita.
I have a first by Mr. Wentz, a second by Mrs. Spinelli concerning the second reading of these policies. Comments?
Again, as a member of the policy committee, I noticed that this community is not necessarily privy to these policy changes, especially when they're significant, like arming police officers inside of our school, not to protect against intruders, but when we look at 17 arrests from these other reports that we should do our due diligence and review these things. I think that I don't think the people understand what you guys are rubber stamping and pushing through. And I don't think you understand all the ramifications of what you're pushing through. I'm pretty sure that the bulk, including Nathan, of this board has not really reviewed it for the benefit of the security of these students and in a manner in which would require the protection of students. But
Give your feedback.
I did. I don't trust you, sir. I don't trust you. Thank you.
Feedback on the motion. Thank you.
I did. I gave my feedback. The motion is to apply these second readings, and I fear that we're going to fail to protect our students because people, you know, like yourself and some others that just don't understand that the protection of students should be first, right? When we read these policies, not just rubber stamping the administration.
Mr. Salerno helped to write
together.
these.
You know, that's what I'm thinking, Nathan. What do you think? Am I wrong?
I'd just like to make one comment. Since these first readings of these particular policies, I'm not sure when it was, if it was the June meeting, I imagine it was, or the July meeting, we have not from anyone, even though these policies have been published a number of times, we have not received feedback from anyone on the board, including you, Mr. Bradley, concerning any of the content of these policies.
Or the public for that matter, right, sir?
Yeah, but they have been published to the website. They've been published, sir. We published them for 2 months.
You get it. So now you're finally getting it. I'm going to use that logic.
Oh, no, you're not going to use me. We published them for 2 months.
Sir. If nobody in a community of 2,500 students made a single comment and no board member made a single edit to these PSBA bought policies, this board is acting as a rubber stamp to a lobbyist that creates these things for you guys to review. No one changed a thing. When you see zero as a government, you need to look at it a little more closely and recognize that you're pushing stuff through that even the people didn't provide their stakeholder input. And if they didn't, it's our responsibility to seek it, as it says in our policy. Not just accept it, but seek it. And when we have a policy that you're having a meeting, the goal is that it's a committee meeting. You're supposed to shall provide that opportunity. The reason they don't show up to meetings is no one listens to them. You silence them out. You silence me out for a difference of opinion. You got to let the people speak. We represent them. It's a government of, by, and for the people. That's why this is a mistake. That's why this district's in such financial ruin. That's why this district's in an immoral ruin from the lack of and neglect of application of public school code. That's your mistake. You should recognize it. You should learn from it and say, wait, if we got zero, nobody is all recognize that we're going to arm these police officers and nobody cares. I mean, at least in Tamaqua, they were going to arm a teacher and I mean, all hell broke loose, right? I pray that we change our attitude as a government and allow these people the opportunity to comment prior to making a decision. And if they didn't make their comments, we should go seek it, like it says in school policy 011. Seek. Okay? That's my thought. But I'm just a happy guy and like to listen and respect my honor and my oath of office to act as a public servant, creating a government of, by, and for the people, not an authoritarian rubber stamp 5-4.
Any other comments on the policies on the board? I'll call vote on the approval of the policies, Mrs. Wagner.
Sure. Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
No, for the protection of the students.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
Okay, 8 yes, 1 no, motion carried.
On to item B, I want to approve a motion and a second to approve the revised guidelines for the resocialization in the sports prevented by the Lehigh Valley Health Network and coordinated health. Revised areas in the document are highlighted. Enclosure number 14, I need a motion and a second, please.
So moved, Wayne.
Second, Steve.
I have a motion by Mr. Wentz and a second by Mr. Holland. Comments from the board, please. As previously stated, we did approve this back in July, I believe, Mrs. Wagner. And the reapproval process that we're going through now, maybe it was June, is just on the highlighted areas. And you will see that most of the highlighted areas contain a number of day changes. And the fact of the one of the issues on phase 4, page 15, is that scrimmages games should be played only against PIAA affiliated schools according to the Lehigh Valley Health Network. And that is mentioned in that document several times. So, further comments? Hearing none, I'll entertain a roll call vote. Mrs. Wagner?
Sure. Ms. Joy Beers?
Yes.
Mr. Richard Beltz? Mr. Richard
Yes.
Beltz?
Sorry, yes.
That's okay. Mr. David Bradley?
I'm going to vote yes, but I wanted to ask the question and I couldn't get to the thing quick enough. And Larry was a little quick on the gun there. Why is it only against PIAA affiliated? What was the logic in that? Does anybody know at all? Anybody know?
The guidelines are coming from the PIAA and their health affiliates, and then also coming from our health affiliates. So the changes are from the health officials. Most of them relate to the days, but that is for the PIAA affiliated schools because they had their health team also review the document.
So this was scratch your back, scratch my back, it looks like. Try to help each other out. Keep them in that.
No, I would not agree with that. This is for the guidelines and resocialization of sports in the Lehigh Valley for secondary schools.
Can I continue? Okay. Mr. Nathan Fuller?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
Yes.
Ms. Gail Mahalik?
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Yes.
And Mr. Larry Stern?
Yes.
9 yes, motion carried.
Okay, we'll move on to old business. I guess we're looking for an update on the athletic training contract. I guess that's from the business office or from you, Mr. Cleaver?
Yes, we did reach out to them and ask for them to give us presentations, or excuse me, proposals for our current health athletic provider for athletic training. So we did reach out to both of them and ask that they do resubmit something. I have not received anything. I do not believe our business office did, but as soon as we do, we will forward that to the board.
Mr. Filer, enclosure number 15.
Yes, I need some guidance on how you'd like to proceed with the Lehighton School Site LLC appeals. These were the properties that were sold with Shoal David. The property itself was on 4 separate parcel deeds, so there's currently 4 appeals. Now, the purchaser of it at an auction we sold paid $400,000, $402,500 to be exact. They are proposing as a settlement for all 4 of the cases that they get the prorated amount based off of the new fair market value. The property was the 4 parcels were originally appraised at about $2 million. If the board would want me to defend it, I would need to get a appraisal done for a commercial appraisal, and I'd have to overcome the fact that we sold it for $402,500, which would be a little bit difficult in my opinion. Now, the total amount at stake for the tax year of 2020 is approximately $32,000. That was calculated via a pre-assessment tax expected revenue of about $44,651 versus a appealed amount of their suggested $8,889. So I basically need from the board to tell me how they'd like me to proceed. The hearing on this is currently scheduled for August 20th.
I'd like the floor when you get a chance.
Filer, if I may, do we know if they have made significant changes or improvements to the building since purchasing it? And would that impact our ability to argue against it being worth more than the price they paid for it?
That would, again, just because they made improvements to it doesn't necessarily affect the fair market value, at least for a dollar increase. I would need to get, that's why I would need an entire new appraisal in order to essentially defend against it.
Mr. Bradley?
Thank you. So you need to get a whole new appraisal. Do we currently have an appraisal for this property? Mr. Stern?
I believe we have the old one from when it was sold.
Okay, and what was the value of that old property?
I don't have that number off the top of my head.
If I told
I'd
you
still
it
have to
was,
hire the appraiser to come in and testify if you want me to use that.
yeah, so if I told you it was $756,000, would we agree that at that point that was the value of the property, and had it been advertised significantly, that was what the government was trying to seek for that property, and the fact that, yeah, how do you say this without being condescending? But we had a board that approved this rushed sale to an individual bidder for half of what it was appraised for, and then the board accepted it for some ungodly reason, and now you're in a situation where a $2 million estimate, right,
Again,
is being going
that
down to
was the pre-assessment
$759,000
value.
estimate, right? So market value.
That wasn't an.
Sorry. Good. It's in his letter, right? You would have to have a valuation of $2 million for the current assessment, right?
Using the common law value ratio based off of the current assessed values, it has a current assessed fair market value of approximately slightly over $2 million.
Right. And when we look at the appraisal that was provided by Frank Gownley, right, for this site, we recognize that he used, for his basis of his appraisal, the other schools that were sold, East Penn and Mahoning, that were also sold at a deep discount to their appraisals. So this board acted rashly on multiple occasions. So prior to just acting rashly again, I think that at least you should negotiate to meet the appraisal that's already slanted in their direction at 756, was it? Because the reality is they used two comparables, right? That 756. They used two comparables that were our schools that we used, and we gave them away, right? This was a gift to these people that bought these schools. I don't know why our district didn't want to keep them, but I understand that's not the case now. But so when I look at the 5 comparables, right? One in Kempton, one in Lehighton, another one in Lehighton, another one in Lehighton, and one in Tobyhanna. And that guy came up with $756,000, and then his board approved it. I think all this is a shady mess, right? And I think the guidance you should be seeking is to have a forensic audit done of that process. But then secondly, the guidance should be using the $756,000 number at least for the appraisal of this property. If we have to buy another appraisal, I can respect that. My only fear is that you're going to get someone like Rita say, well, you can't get comparables. And here we have 5 right here in front of us. So, it's kind of a moot point sometimes. Fighting logic and common sense.
Again, Mr. Bradley, the real issue that we're going to have is that public auctions are considered prima facie evidence of fair market value.
I agree. They definitely shot themselves in the foot with that one. But I'd also respectfully submit that when you came here to this meeting seeking this information on number 15, I think that the board should have been given the proper information to make an informed decision. They should have been given this appraisal that I have up on my screen right now. I would have shared it with you if you had an opportunity. All the comparables that Rita said didn't exist. you know, the fact that they pushed these things through. The first two schools apparently didn't really meet the advertising requirements that were supposed to be done by Pennsylvania school code. I mean, you got a lot of dominoes in this situation. So I think we can respectfully go back to the Lehighton schools and recognize that we're broke, recognize that we're poor, bad decisions, but we don't need to continue to make bad decisions moving forward. We have an opportunity here to make a good one and just put a number on it of 700 and see if he takes it. I think he would be more than happy, and I think if we had to go get an appraisal, I'm sure it would seek that or better, right? However, I'm sure market values within our district is greatly plummeting from the lack of public transportation, but that's a whole different class action story. Okay, that's my opinion. I'm sticking to it. Joy, what do you think?
What do I think?
Yes.
No, I was seeking another director's opinion. So I just picked one. I asked Joy, or Rita, you used to be in real estate. What do you think?
I don't know, on record, I guess, Mr. File, your expectations of winning this appeal in favor of the district is?
Unlikely. I need a motion.
Let me ask you a question. Hold on, Mr. Filer. Hold on. I understand the idea is unlikely, and I respect that as a verifiable opinion. It was Mr. Schwab that authorized these appraisals originally. It was Mr. Schwab that kind of organized some of these sales, and they went by auction instead of just trying to find somebody that actually wanted these buildings. Yet here we had 4 of them sold almost instantly without even any trouble. Use the term fire sale. If you were not our attorney and your boss wasn't Mr. Schwab, what would your opinion be at that case? If we had actual outside, completely independent, someone really giving advice for the best interest of the district, what would it be? Would our chances be greater or less?
I think that Attorney Schwab gave the best advice he could to the district. Now, having said that, independently, I'm going to have, and I've said it twice already, a difficult time overcoming the prima facie fact that it was at a publicly advertised auction and $402,500 was the sale price.
I would also agree that I expect that building to stand for another 100 years. So I think if you take the time to apply an effort and an enthusiasm, zealous representation, I think we can get the number up to the $700+ number, in my opinion. If it was me making my decision for my stuff, I would definitely hire the lawyer to be able to zealously represent my case, saying this is the appraisal. We had a rogue board that accepted a really low number, and we're seeking this dollar value. And I think that the cost to the district over time would be greatly recovered. And I'm sure that the negotiating power of the Lehighton Schools Site LLC would say, yeah, I don't need to fight this, right? That's a good number. It's fair.
Mr. Filer, what do you think?
I think those people would be fair.
Take this to try and get a higher appraisal value would be from the appraisal and for your professional services at the trial.
$4,000 or $5,000. The hard part is going to be getting an appraisal. It's the same difficulty we had when we were selling it.
Well, they have comparables, guys. I mean, we've got tons of comparables. Granted, some of the comparables are from the same rogue group that sold a whole bunch of schools for really nothing, and or practically pennies on the dollar. I mean, I understand that those decisions past are bad, right? But we got to learn from them and not just echo them repeatedly. So I think you should go spend the $5 grand. I don't see why you can't spend the amount of tax dollars of that building is going to be hundreds of thousands of dollars over its lifetime of 100 years.
Mr. Filer, since Mr. Bradley's comments, has your recommendation changed?
Not really. I think I'll just be spending an extra $4,000 or $5,000 of the district's money on an unsuccessful appeal. Now, if you wait till he does significant renovations, and we can get the value, that we can tell that there was a definitive increase in value, then maybe an appeal later down the road is possible. We can file appeals every year, but I don't know. I don't think that it would be, I don't think it would be cost beneficial to the district. But if you guys wanted me to do it, I have no problem doing that.
Thank you, sir.
Why don't we drop all the Office of Open Record appeals and just give people their documents, save the money there, and then apply it to something where it's
I don't
really
need to stop
value
asking for civil
the
penalties every
I'm sorry,
time you
don't cut me
appeal
off, sir.
to the
Don't
district.
cut me off, sir. Thank you. I think if we just gave the people that are requesting documents, typically me for financial numbers, just gave me the information that I'm asking for. I mean, I am a director, and then we wouldn't have any financial burden there on those appeals, and we could apply that $5,000 here, right? Instead of fighting something that's not worthwhile. Fighting
No less
something
than
that is
3
worthwhile.
appeals, you've asked for civil penalties for documents you've had in your possession.
For bad faith, yeah. If it's given, I understand that. But the reality is, the heightened school site.
So we
I think
have
is
to defend
negotiable.
those.
Well, you're going off on a tangent, sir. We're talking about this.
Oh, you're going off on a tangent. I'm responding to your tangent.
Okay, that's fine. But the reality is, we have a Lehighton school site. I think the people
Stern,
that
any
own it
more
are more than amicable, and I think that there's an opportunity to negotiate, and I don't think it'll cost that. Again, just that's my business opinion.
Mr. Filer, this is Rita. My opinion is that comps are only comps for about 6 months. A whole new appraisal may give different results. Might be better, might be worse. But it was sold at auction. It was sold for $4,025. I agree that it's going to be very difficult to make a case for anything higher than that. It would be my opinion that we consider an appeal perhaps in the future, should that be worth more than it is. But I also think we need to consider that up until now, we received no tax money on that parcel, because no matter what it was assessed at, no taxes were paid. Now we will get tax money. So my opinion is to take your advice and just settle. Thank you.
I'd like to propose a vote of how we instruct Mr. Filer to move forward. I would like a roll call vote whether we appeal or settle. If you want
wait a
to appeal,
second. To Rita's point, I respect that, Rita. Really good conversation. I love it. That's awesome. So the question then becomes, if the assessed value is $4,025, what would the tax revenue be, Mr. Filer, roughly? Plus or minus a couple dollars. I mean, are we talking $10,000 or are we talking $2,000?
Mr. Bradley, it would be, my understanding would be approximately $8,889.65.
So if we got if we doubled the assessed value, it would roughly double that value. So the risk of $5,000 over finding out for sure so we can make an informed decision really isn't that big of a deal, especially if you're talking about 100 years at $5,000 or $6,000 or $8,000 differential.
Mr. Bradley, what is your appraisal number that you want me to use?
I used the appraisal that your boss provided us, which was $756,000. However, I still agree that if we need to do a new appraisal, because this one isn't fresh, I think the value of the property in the community with these hospitals coming in and all that stuff will be greatly higher than where it was before. So I would like to do the appraisal just because, you know, as a couple decades of being a business guy, you know, that kind of makes sense to me.
Mr. Bradley, about 10 minutes ago, you made the comment that the appraisals will be low because of all the, you know, things going on.
I mentioned that the idiocy of this board in the past, I agree, it puts it at risk, sir. I definitely agree. This board shot itself in the foot when they idiotically did those things. However, moving forward with the hospitals, probably.
Mr. Bradley.
You're overspeaking me. I said.
No, I was making the comment.
Please let.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Mr. Skeever. You have the floor first and I'll take it after.
You just made the comment several minutes ago about the property value would be low, and now your most recent comment was that it'll be increased. I'm just trying to get clarification, that's all.
Sure, and I'll clarify. So I agree that this district shot itself in the foot when it idiotically went through the path that it did with selling these buildings. I understand. Please don't cut me off. You asked for my opinion. I'm giving it. Now, I do think that the appraised value of $759 was legitimate. I trusted the appraiser with all of his experience, knowledge, and referrals, even though he was using referrals from the original sale, also at an idiotic discount. However, since this has occurred, you have 2 hospitals coming in, right? You have a community that's supposed to be growing, right? So I see that the $759 number, the value of that property originally assessed at $759 probably didn't change much. The fact that you guys took $400, yeah, that was pretty dumb. But I think you can correct some of that. I think you can get a new appraisal, see where it comes in. It costs maybe a couple $1,000s, and then you can make a decision then. And to do that would make sense. And I bet even a phone call to the owner of the property saying, we're thinking of doing this, how about we just come to an agreement and make it $700? I bet the guy would say, great, and we'll have an extra $8,000 for the next 100 years. We could use it. Since my opinion, right, is one of the few that are voiced, and I understand, I'd like to hear from people in the audience because I'd like their opinion, because as a board of director to make an informed decision without the data that they were supposed to provide. I mean, I got the appraisal, but the board should have been given a copy as part of their packet. I put it up on the screen so it'll be on the recording, but we have people with their hand raised. Can we have them comment, please? I'd like to hear from them. I think that it would be valuable for my decision-making process.
Comment on the motion, Mr. Bradley.
Well, I mean, it would be valuable to my decision-making process to seek the information. It looks like Barb Bose has her hand raised. Barb, can you please be unmuted so that you can provide me with some information since I represent the public as a public servant? Thank you.
What is the motion that is made for public comment? I'm just, Mr. Stern, I'm not aware of that.
He has to change it.
There isn't a motion, so he's just asking for open comment.
Yeah,
I would rather have a
right. I
motion
want to hear
on
what
the
they
floor
think.
and do it the proper way and have comment on a new motion.
We don't need to do
Actually,
that. There's still
create a
proper
motion that says-
proper to let the discussion take place prior to a motion. This is called deliberation. This is what boards do. Right?
Yeah, but
I
not-
wish we were in public so I
part
could
of
have
the
given
board,
everybody a
Mr. Bradley.
copy of this appraisal so they could see that it's unlike what Rita just described. You know, but it's okay. I can't do that here right now, but I can definitely listen to people if they have comments.
Why don't you propose a motion, Mr. Bradley?
I don't want to. I want to get public comment before I even decide what motion to get. Why would
Public
I make a
comment comes
decision?
after the motion is first and second.
It can, sir. You're 100%
No, it can.
correct.
It
You're
should.
finally.
You should
it
put
can
something
and
on
it
the floor
should.
because other than that, we're not getting any direction from where you want to go.
You know what?
You want to go somewhere, make a motion.
I want to go. Here's where I
get
want
it
to go.
seconded and get some comments on it so we can move on with this process
Here's-
on this particular issue.
Right. Here's where I want to go. It's under new business, right? It's on the agenda. One piece of paper was provided to the public. They didn't get it. They just got new information. They might have some comment. They might have even made comment at the beginning of the meeting on this motion or on this topic had they been given the information up front. Once you give your stakeholders information under LASD policy 011 and we seek their input It's amazing the brain trust that's out there if we just listen to them. Right? There's 60 people in this room. Let's listen to them and see what they say. Then decide whether a motion even needs to take place. Someone might have a better idea. I'm not the only voice in this town. I'm humble enough to respect that. I'm of average intelligence.
I'll make a motion.
That means
that we
30
move
people in this
on
room at
whether
least
we
are way
appeal
smarter than
or
me.
settle. I need a motion and a second, please. I need a second, please. I'll make the motion and then we can discuss it.
Second, Wayne.
You have a right to discuss it without that, sir.
Well, now we can discuss it. There's a motion on the floor whether to appeal or settle. Comments from the floor, please. Any other board members?
Ms. Bose from the attendees.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley. Mr. Cleaver.
All right. These documents were received, if memory serves, on the 29th of January. Did anyone reach out to the person making the appeal to see if it could be negotiated prior to tonight? Was there any kind of counter offer made?
I did not, but we did seek to get these counteroffers made. Rather than having a fight, we should negotiate.
Unfortunately, the court date is fast approaching. I want to know why there was no negotiation to see if a better settlement could be made.
Mrs. Bose, every time this motion has been brought up in the past, it's been continued or tabled.
There was no motion. There was only a discussion of it. There was never a motion.
And it was the idea of also getting
There was
more
a motion
information.
in June. Or at least it was listed for discussion in June.
There was a motion in June. Well, those minutes were just approved, so it would be kind of hard to go through and find that motion.
Discussion.
I have them up on the screen.
I don't remember seeing a motion. I just remember seeing discussion.
Ms. Bose, you're correct. It was discussion.
Okay. So, would it hurt to make a phone call tomorrow and see if a better deal could be made to help the district? Would that hurt? What would that cost?
Not much.
Even if you went to 600,000 or 500,000, something. I just don't understand why this wasn't in the process prior. Why there was not negotiations going on since it was received on the 29th of January that's what my memory tells me.
I can explain that. We have a feckless board of rubber stampers that are always seeking someone else to do the job that they were elected to do. And regretfully, they don't provide direction to their subordinate staff to do exactly what you just said. And I'm so glad we listened to you. And I think that's a great idea. Thank you.
Mr. Bradley, you had notice of this since February and you never told me to do that.
If you remember, sir, I have no access to our solicitor, only other through our board.
That would be great, except I sent it to the board as a whole.
Correct. Look back at the minutes and the emails that I sent to the board as a whole, right, about these issues of assessments. I think we're going to have a bigger problem, Mr. Filer, than just this one. I think when they took away transportation, people's property values plummeted and they don't have money with COVID and they're going to all seek appeals. And I think they're going to win.
Well, the appeal deadline has already expired, so I don't know how that's going to happen.
For this year, yes, sir. But they're going to be hurting because we didn't help them. We didn't even push the tax bills aside. We didn't help them at all as a government. And when they're hurting, they're going to have to go somewhere, and it's going to be back on us. And it's a shame because we had the foresight, right? We can make decisions and be aware of the situation. And regretfully, this board has chosen a path other than that. And whereas we're trying to make it a government of, by, and for the people, I'm singing to the choir. Let's move on. I love the idea that Barb came up with. I think we should approve it.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. We're gonna roll call. Is there any other comment from the community?
I see none, Mr. Stern.
Hold on one second. Barb, do you still have your hand raised? Nope. Okay, thank you. Or do you?
I'm not sure.
Barb, do you still have your hand raised? Can you unmute her for a second? Would you like to add to your comment?
Ms. Bose?
I'd like to finish my comment.
Oh, that'd be awesome. Sorry that we muted you. I don't know how.
Oh, I think you cut her off, Mr.
I
Bradley.
think you cut her off, Mr. Bradley, so I did not sin. I saw.
Awesome. I'm glad we corrected that. So glad.
Okay,
Thank you.
can I speak now? Can we at least have some common sense here and maybe put this off? Have a special meeting if you need to a week from now to go forward, but at least reach out and see if a negotiation can be done to resolve this for the benefit of the children in the district. A phone call isn't going to hurt. It should have been done already. But a day or two, something, rather than just rolling over and taking it because of poor decisions and selling it at the price it was sold. I agree that unless they agree, you probably can't win, but it doesn't hurt to reach out and ask. And that's the end of my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Barb. So I'll go for the roll call of appeal or settle. Settle means we'll take the current value when it's presented. And when you say appeal, Mr. Filer will contact the buyer, School Site LLC, and try to negotiate a lower price, or I mean a higher price, sorry. And he has the court date of August 20th. So we will need to get further direction by August 20th.
Okay, so they'll say appeal or settle.
Right.
Mr. Richard Belts? Mr. Richard Belts? Mr. David Bradley?
Abstain. I think the negotiation should take place.
No, you need to say appeal or settle. You need to go appeal or settle. Appeal would be part of negotiations, Mr. Bradley, because we might have to August 20th.
Well, I'm not. Wait a second. No.
There's a lot
You
of
really don't understand
feedback.
how the world works, do you? So if you say appeal, you're giving a whole bunch of money to your solicitor to go fight something. If you say settle, right, you're saying take the money that they already offered, and I'm saying you make a phone call, right? So I think that is the answer. I apologize that you missed that concept by Ms. Bose, but that's the value of letting stakeholders have input.
Well, a third choice would be negotiate.
Correct, Gail. That's exactly what we just discussed. And now they're trying to ramrod this rubber stamp to go spend money with the solicitor again. I love it. That was me snorting, by the way. I don't want anybody else getting accused of that laughter. That was me.
Are we adding a third? So it's appeal or settle or negotiate or no?
My ideal with the appeal was then to provide Mr. Filer direction on the next steps, which really an appeal.
I can't hear.
I said my ideal with appeal was we would go through the negotiation, provide Mr. Filer with the next steps after we decide on appeal. If that is negotiation, because you're not going to get an appraisal back by August 20th. That's going to be impossible. So we have to figure out what steps we're taking. Are we settling or are we appealing, and then figure out the appeal process? If the appeal process and there's no negotiation, then that's fine.
Okay. So Mr. Richard Belts? Okay. Mr. David Bradley, you said abstention?
No, I said negotiate. Thank you.
Negotiate. It's not a, Mr. Nathan Fuller?
I'll vote to settle with the hope that we can appeal at some point in the future, perhaps when we're further away from the original date of sale.
Mr. Stephen Holland? Mr. Stephen Holland? Mrs. Gail Mahalik?
I'd say negotiate.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
Settle, as Nathan said, with a hope to appeal in the near future.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Settle.
Ms. Joy Beers?
Negotiate.
Okay. Mr. Richard Belts?
Negotiate.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
Excuse me, I'd say negotiate.
What I have, Mr. Larry Stern.
Negotiate.
So that's, I'm going to assume negotiate and appeal are the same thing at this point. So we are going to negotiate, six negotiate and 3 settle.
Thank you very much for allowing the public to participate and improve their government. Excellent job, the Heighton Area School Board. You're getting closer.
I need to know what I can negotiate for then. Do you want me to be trying to get that $700 and some thousand dollars that Mr. Bradley suggested?
Why don't we allow one of our board members to do that for us? It's a phone call.
Sorry,
why
what was
don't
that?
we allow one of our board members to do that for us? Larry, would you like to appoint one to just do it? Or should we vote on someone to do it so that we can make this phone call in an
Our
amicable
board
fashion?
should not act as an individual in any capacity.
Unless they're authorized by their board, sir. Unless they're authorized by their board. Larry gets authorized to do things all the time. I think that there's a value to it. I think it's an amicable discussion. I don't think it should be an adversarial discussion with threat of litigation or like Nathan said, oh, we're going to get you next year. I think that it should be an open conversation to be able to discuss it with another business owner and say, hey, where can we get to make everybody happy? I think there's value to it. And the board is most definitely authorized and capable of doing that. Let me try again. I make a motion. Hold on. I make a motion. Hold on. I'll make a motion that we authorize Joy Beers to give the guy's phone number to this Lehighton School site. We give it to Joy Beers. She has a conversation with the owner on behalf of the board. On behalf of the board, with the solicitor in on the call, so that she can negotiate on our best interest and report back to the board her discussion. And if we have to have a special meeting, so be it. But I think the best interest of the stakeholders should be involved. And I think that requires a board of director. And we have every right to authorize her to act on our behalf to have this conversation with this client. Thank you.
I'll second that.
God bless you, Gail. Thank you.
Respectfully, Lehighton School Site LLC is already represented by counsel, so you're gonna have to negotiate with their attorney, not with.
That's fine. Yeah, we'll talk to their attorney at the same time. It's a conversation. You can be involved in the call. You can have it as a conference call. but the board should direct, and the person with the stakeholders' best interest should be the one on that conversation. I put every faith in Joy. If she would like some moral support, I'll join in if you need me to.
Joy willing to do this?
This is a new concept, but I might be willing to give it a try if this is what the board wants. With council support, of course.
Any comment from the board? Further comment
I think
from
this
the
is an
public?
excellent. I think this is an excellent path forward, in which the school board of directors, elected volunteers, are taking initiative to protect the interest of the stakeholders, and I think that's a fantastic thing. Thank you.
The motion is yes for Joy to represent the board. Is there any public?
Okay, if that is not acceptable to the board to have Joy do the negotiation, would it be more acceptable to have Mr. Filer do the negotiation with Joy sitting in on the call? Just giving another option here. Since it is with an attorney.
Thank you, Barb. Great idea. But in business, the best thing to do is give the authority to the person that's representing the person paying the bills or getting the bills. And that's the person that should be running that negotiation. Anything less than that would be irresponsible as a representative of that stakeholder group or your business or whatever you want to do. The attorney is a counsel, not a director. But thank you. Good idea. And I really appreciate the input. You're doing fantastic. I hope more people join in. It's a value to the community.
Ms. Shaner, Mr. Shaner, Brian?
Yes, I just want to say I think it's a great idea to have Joy represent the board and the district in doing this. Thank you.
Mr. Kraus?
Yes, Ms. Beers seemed a little hesitant. I wonder what experience she's had with negotiations with contracts and real estate.
Mr. Kraus, Joy runs a very successful business.
I think the question was directed to Ms. Beers, Ms. Mahalik, not to you.
And I'll actually agree with Gail. As a business person, all they really have to do is talk to the person. I think that as an architect, as an engineer, that Gail, that Gail has alluded to a very important part, that Joy has skills. She should use them for the benefit of the district. That's why she was elected.
Sure, I'll answer the question. I don't specifically have experience negotiating real estate. That's not what I do. I do run my own business. I negotiate my own contracts. I've been involved in committees and boards for a very long time, and I deal with professionals often. One thing I can say is that, if I'm out of my element or if something doesn't seem to be coming together right, I'm definitely not going to punt or bluff. I would have a fallback position to come back and deliberate with the board. And of course, the council would be there.
Any other comments, Mr. Cleaver?
This is Nathan. Just one quick question. In the event that an agreement is reached, does it still need to come back to the board for approval, or are we approving Joy to commit to that?
In my opinion, I would bring back an agreement to the board, and this would be something that the board would agree upon, I would not want to be bartering agreement that I solely close upon.
Understood, and I agree. Does that, Mr. File, this question might be for you. Will this work with the timeline of the hearing that's scheduled for, I believe, August 20th?
I don't know. I'm assuming if Commissioner Spears calls their attorney tomorrow, perhaps. Otherwise, I don't think so. I mean, the part is if it doesn't, if negotiation doesn't follow through, then I'm still at a loss with what you guys want me to do with this appeal.
That's my thoughts exactly. I have no problem with reaching out to him to negotiate, but I want to make sure we don't leave you on the 20th with no clear direction on how to proceed in the event an agreement hasn't been reached.
Yes, Ms. Zelrick?
Yes, my comment is, no disrespect, Joy, your business is your business. However, the school district is not your personal business. And I think to send an individual in to negotiate with another lawyer is not in the best interest of the school district. I feel as though our solicitor should be in there doing what he is paid to do.
Thank you. Okay. Everyone
to be clear, hold on. To be clear, there's other people with their hands raised, but
everyone
to be clear,
has had a comment.
I know, but
Mr.
hold on, sir. Wait. To be clear, I wanted to make sure that the solicitor is not hired to be a negotiator. Your solicitor is only hired to provide counsel to the board. So that would not be the case in that scenario. However, there's other people with their hands raised, and since other comments were made, I know they had a comment, sir. I know you're trying to block them from talking, but the reality is if their hand is raised, they have comments after the other person's comment, and they have a right to speak. Give them that right to speak. Do not silence them. Let them speak. They have their hand raised.
Mr. Bradley, they've had a right to speak on the motion.
They did, but then someone else speaks, and then you can have this. It's called a conversation, sir. You're trying to open it's seeking their input. They obviously have input that they want to seek to give to us. We should seek it under the heightened area school policy 011 and give them the right to speak. We represent them, right? Public servants. You're a public employee, but don't silence them.
Thank you. Kristen? Kristen?
Mr. Bradley, I would like if you would stop being so condescending to the whole board by calling them names, saying they're feckless and they're rubber stampers. And you are constantly interrupting everybody and downgrading. I wish that would stop. We have an attorney, let him do his job. Just authorize him the amount that he should negotiate up to. That's the end of my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Stern.
Okay, we have a motion to have Joy represent the board in the negotiations for the settlement. Roll call vote, Mrs. Wagner.
Okay, Mr. David Bradley?
Yes, we should let Joy negotiate. And I would apologize to the person that just spoke that my use of adjectives may have taken offense, and they shouldn't have. They're just adjectives, but thank you.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
No.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
No.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik? Mrs. Gail Mahalik? Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
No.
Mr. Wayne Wentz? Mr. Wayne Wentz? Ms. Joy Beers,
Abstain.
Mr. Richard Belts.
Yes.
I'll go back. Mrs. Gail Mahalik. Mrs. Gail Mahalik. I'll have to mark her as absent. Mr. Wayne Wentz.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to put that on Joy.
Yes.
I agree with the public. Who's interrupting me? So no, my vote is no. If we're going to do negotiations, I don't have a problem as long as it's our attorney, Mr. Filer.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik.
Yes, yes.
So I have 3 yes,
No.
4 no, and 1 abstention. Wait, 3. I'm sorry, 3, 1, 2, 3. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Larry Stern.
No.
There we go. Now I have 5, 3 yes, 5 no, and 1 absent. Motion denied.
New business?
So wait, so now you got to give him direction. If you're not going to allow Joy to do it, and you're going to try to let your solicitor do it, I move that we give the solicitor the permission to negotiate. Hold on, to negotiate to get greater than $700,000 of assessed value, and have Joy in on the call. Because I don't trust Mr. Filer. I just don't.
Mr. Filer, you were making comment. I'm sorry, you were cut off by Mr. Bradley.
Not actually. I was speaking. He was trying to jump in on that one. So,
Mr. Filer, please.
I was trying to cut Mr. Bradley off before he put a floor on a settlement before I went to actually negotiate it.
We don't want a floor on the negotiation. We want you to do the best you can.
Okay.
this is a public meeting, guys. If you give him the floor, he knows where it's at least, and it's way better than what we had. It'll double what we got. And if
I mean, Mr. Bradley,
floor,
you're
in agreement,
assuming that we can get that value.
I am, and I'm hoping I can, and I'm hoping you can, and I hope when Joy listens in on this phone call that she will realize that it's very easy to get. So I'd love for that to be the floor. I think it's an equitable agreement between the two. It was equal to the appraisal that was done just a little while ago by a very professional person. So I think it's a fair value, and I don't think we have to try to stick it to this guy. I think he's very amicable in our community. I think it's fantastic. He's putting something back on the tax rolls. This is fantastic opportunity here, guys. So yeah, I think 700 is a perfectly acceptable bump to where they were. I bet he'll agree to it, is my take of the read of what's going on and the cost, and it'll be a no-brainer. So thanks.
So you're just saying it start at $700,000.
Yeah, tell him yes. Say, hey, I want to do $700,000 because we have an appraisal that's $759,000, right? So you say $700,000. It's fair to him. It's fair to us. And then you basically shake hands. No appeals. No lawyers. No charging extra dollars and fighting. And you'll save no appraisal needed. I mean, you're saving a lot of money.
Go forward. That's fine. Mr. Filer has agreed. New business.
I have 2. But if anybody else wants to go first, they should go first.
Floor, Mr. Bradley. Mr. Bradley, your floor.
Relax, yes. So I think that this board should give guidance to the community and answer to them and decide whether or not the PIAA or the governor will be the decision maker for sports. Are we going to listen to the governor, or are we going to listen to the PIAA, a independent contractor lobbyist?
Mr. Bradley, what is your recommendation since you brought up the concern?
My recommendation is that as a government of by and for the people, we listen to the 66 people in this room and let them speak and give us some guidance, because I think there's a difference of opinion between the two. I think that we also have an option number 3 that says we're the district. We have the authority to let our students volunteer and participate in sports if they so desire, and provide them with the benefit of all the advantages. I mean, it's a tremendous advantage to have the ability to discipline one's body and mind into a sport. I think it's a great value. So I think we should decide so people can make a path forward, because if they want to join a club or do something else, or even change schools, if their kid's not going to get a chance to participate because the governor's out of control, or the PIAA takes a unsafe view or a safe view, or I think it's up to their decision. But we as a board should give those people that guidance, and we should listen to them first to hear what they think, because that's how it works, man. You don't use my opinion, use theirs first.
Next concern? Next order of new business, Mr.
Well,
Bradley?
no, I'll hold this board accountable. No worries here. I will make a motion that this board polls the people in the audience for their information related to picking either school board decides, follow the guidance of the PIAA, or follow the guidance of the governor. Can I get a second on that motion so that the people on the floor that have their hands raised can speak?
I would not go with that recommendation, only because that was not discussed. And Mr. Bradley, you of all people say how people should have a chance to have information and make a educated decision. But now you're turning it to where people weren't even aware of that being brought up at this board meeting, and you want a vote to be had. I would definitely not agree with that recommendation based on your own guidance, Mr. Bradley.
And I understand how you twist it around, and I'm a politician, so I'm allowed to flip-flop just like Larry, right? I'm really good at
We
it.
are politicians.
So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make this.
Don't accuse me of being a politician.
Whoa. We're all politicians there, buddy, right?
No, I'm not.
I happen to
never
be a
said I was a
non-feckless one,
politician.
but that's fine. It's different adjectives. You are
No, it's
by
not.
default.
Politician's a noun.
You accepted money. Wait, you accepted money to run for an office from the PSEA.
Not take place because the people have not had an opportunity.
I understand that, sir. The point is that you should have a discussion. You should have the discussion. They should understand where the board is.
No, you can't have the discussion, because if it wasn't advertised, the people that aren't on the meeting don't know it was going to be discussed.
I can respect that, but that would be for any new motion, and they take that risk, and it's all understood. Now, realistically, we should have some conversation based upon who are we going to listen to. Are we listening to the PIAA? Are we listening to the governor?
We don't have a second. Could you please make your motion and get a second before you discuss it?
Well, actually, we're allowed to discuss it before that, but yeah, I can make a motion just to force you so that I can play by your politician rules to try to silence everybody. I make a motion that we listen to the people that have their hands raised right now. Can I get a second on that motion? I'm just asking to listen to the people. Can I get a second on the ability to listen to the people that have their hand raised?
I'll second it.
God bless you, Gail. Another stakeholder-minded person. Thank you. Larry, ball's in your court. Motion in a second. People with hands raised.
Comment on the motion?
Yes, this is Rita. I do not feel comfortable voting on this motion for not only the reasons Mr. Cleaver stated, but because even if we let everyone that's on this meeting speak, there's only 70 some people here, and I don't feel comfortable. We have a school district of 7,000 people. So really, when it comes down to safety and health concerns, I don't think 70 people have the right to decide that. So I am not comfortable with this motion.
We're just asking to have them speak, Rita. That's all we're asking. There's no other motion yet. There's just the motion to say, let them speak. If they have ideas and thoughts and things that are valuable to us, maybe another motion will come about. But right now, we're just saying if they speak. If you want to silence them.
Yes.
Okay, I'm just like Larry, my boys wrestled ever since they were like 5. And as a father of an athlete, former athletes of Lehighton High School, I really believe that the safety aspect of it is super important. But being able to have our kids follow through with their dreams that they had since they were 5 is ultra important. I do believe we should take a temperature of what everybody else feels, because it is important to our kids. There are a lot of athletes out there, and I know Wayne represents a lot of athletes, and I would love to hear Wayne's thoughts on this too. But as a father of former Lehighton athletes, I really believe that the kids, at whatever cost we can do, is to get them to fulfill their dreams. End of comment.
Mr. Shaner?
1 second before he goes, Mr. Kemmerer, the question is, do you think we should follow the PIAA or the governor, or do it internally?
I had a motion to let people talk, Mr. Bradley, not to make a decision.
I understand that, but I wanted to hear he has some good points. I love his points. I'm having a conversation. I wanted to hear what he thought.
I would like to allow the people to comment, please. Thank you, Mr. Bradley.
But then you shut him up, so that I need that secondary comment. He has to. The host muted me.
Mr. Shaner?
Yes, I feel if fall sports are going to go on, they should be non-contact sports only, and you should follow the governor's guidance. Thank you.
Ms. Bose?
I just think it should be looked into. We have fairly low numbers here, and it's something that I think that the athletic committee should further investigate before any decision is made.
Thank you. Ms. Salerno?
Hi, I feel that all sports, including cheerleading, band, all kinds of extracurriculars, should be
Ms. Salerno? Ms. Salerno? Hello?
adhere to all the policies. So I think it's a give it a shot for these kids. The mental health is just as important as the physical health.
Thank you.
Will the host please give her the floor again? So wait, will the host please give her a floor? Half her thing got cut off, sir. Come on, give her some respect. And I know you muted me, and I respect that you got a gavel in your hand.
Bradley, please don't back and forth. Again,
it is a back and forth. It's a conversation. It's with the public. This is a public meeting.
Tom?
Hello?
Yes, Tom?
Yeah. I think sports are really important for the kids, but what I think is more important is I think that there still hasn't been any true direction or decision on the transportation issue. And if you're not going to have transportation, honestly, I don't think you should have sports at all. That's the end of my comment.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Stern, they have all had a chance to speak.
I appreciate everybody's input on that topic. There'll definitely be more to come on that. We anxiously await the decision by the governor and the PIAA as we move forward.
All right, so now since we got the input, I tend to agree. I make a motion that I'm just going to pick one, that we listen to the governor and follow his guidance in relationship to school sports. Can I get a second on that motion, please?
So just for clarification, you're deciding on all our student athletes as a comment, as you're just going to pick one.
Yep, I'm gonna pick the governor so that people can know what they're doing and how they want to apply. So I think sports are incredibly important.
So again, you're making a recommendation without notifying the people. What you just said you weren't going to do, you're doing right now.
No, sir.
Yes, you are. You're making a recommendation, and the people did not have a chance to know that this was going to be brought up, and you're trying to make a decision that's going to affect hundreds of student athletes for the Heighton Area School District. And you're bringing it up now without these parents or anyone else being aware that this was going to be a discussion this evening.
100%, sir. You're gonna put a line in this. Hold on, just like with the bus. Hold on, sir. My turn. Just like my turn.
You need to let Mr. Cleaver speak sometimes.
Go first, Larry.
Bradley, I know it's hard for you not to interrupt.
Go ahead, Larry.
I said you need to let Mr. Cleaver speak sometime. I know it's very difficult for you not to interrupt. Mr. Cleaver, do you want to finish your thought, please?
No, I just think it's important for the entire community and stakeholders to know that Mr. Bradley, one of our board of directors, is making a recommendation that is going to affect hundreds of student athletes without doing his due diligence or understanding the ramifications of this, or including people to let the entire stakeholders know that this was going to be part of a discussion that has a huge impact on students throughout the Heighton Area School District. And I'm offended that he would even go against his own beliefs or statements that he made several times at this meeting to affect the outcome of these student athletes. And I end my comment, and Mr. Bradley, I have no further comment for you.
Thank you. And so the answer is that they need some guidance from their board as to understand what direction they're going to take. Personally, there's a variety of options here, right? If we just pick one and watch how the board votes, and if the board says no, then we pick the next one, let the board vote, and the third one, let the board vote. And each time the public gets a chance to speak, it's beautiful. That's the whole process of the system. And
no, it's not, Mr. Bradley. This is not advertised. This is like Mr. Cleaver was stating. No, this is not right.
You're saying that you're not going to let the people.
This is inappropriate in a situation, Mr. Bradley. And I'm sorry, as a superintendent of this district, I will fight for these kids and these parents who have a right to be heard.
Okay, who's making the decision then, sir? Are you going to make it? Which one are we listening to? Are you making the decision which one we're listening to? Because I'd like the people to have that opportunity.
There was no recommendation that came from this administration.
I understand. So my question is, are you going to make this decision, or is Larry going to make this decision? Is it going to be shoved down their throats?
Mr. Bradley, you want yourself to make the decision.
No, sir. See, that's where you're wrong. And you really are wrong. And it's a shame. You're a bully. You really are a bully. So what happens is...
come on now. Can we stop?
Hold on. Wait, my turn.
We're getting to the point of ridiculous.
My turn. The motion... Hold on. The motion is to...
Mr.
Pick
Bradley.
one. Wait, sir, I'm talking. Don't bully over me, and don't shut me up, and don't mute me again.
I'm not bullying over you.
Okay, listen then. My turn.
What you're doing is going against everything you have said
Absolutely not.
Every board meeting since you've been on this board.
Absolutely not. No, absolutely not. So here's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to take it out of your hands and put it into the people's hands and their elected government's hands that's going to listen to those people, unlike what happened with the busing. I'm going to make sure that we give this call. If you don't make, why are you guys cutting me off? Why can't you just let me speak? It's a pretty simple concept.
Too much.
Nah, it's pretty much simple concept here, guys. If you pick one, and then the board has to make it. I'm not picking which one it is. I'm just making a motion, and then the board makes the discussion, and the board decides. That information goes back to the community, and if you need to call a special meeting, you do it. Because it's the people that decide in this community. I am in great respect of those athletes. I was a coach. I really support it. I love the idea. And I just picked one to see which way this board is going to go. Because those people need direction. They need it. You can't just leave them hang and then say, well, I don't know, when the governor makes, whatever sentence he's going to say, whatever PIAA says and he says, and then you guys are going to argue it afterwards. no one's going to know where they're heading, right? You already postponed the coaches, so let's try to get these kids some sporting. I still think the third one's going to be the best. It says, hey, we're just going to do it ourselves because the governor said, give it to the board. And PIAA said, give it to the board. I think we should do it. That's my opinion. But that's not how the government works. This is a government. So, Larry, I have a motion. You got a second. Go ahead. PIAA,
I don't think
let
you have
them
a
rant.
second.
Well, there is no second that I'm
Oh,
aware
I'm
of.
sorry. Let's see if we can get a second on a motion to pick the PIAA.
I'll second it.
No. What was the motion, Ms. Wagner?
The motion was to follow the governor's order.
Ah, okay. Let's go with that one first. Sounds great. Let's go with the motion is to go with the governor's decision. It don't matter which one we're picking. We're going to do all three. We're going to do all three if we need to.
Original motion.
I'll second it.
Ms. Wagner, for clarification, what was the original motion by Mr.
So
Brown?
the original motion is to listen to the governor and follow his guidance for school sports.
So Gail, is that what you're seconding then?
Yes.
Mr. Stern, I have no comments from the boards. I do have two individuals with their hands raised.
I just think it's a ridiculous thing that is going on at this point without notification to any parents concerning this topic being brought up at a meeting that discusses fall athletics.
Well, this would be this motion, just for clarification, would affect all athletics because it was not, the governor's order is January 1st. So it wouldn't be just fall, this would affect everything.
I would like to make a motion that we table this until August 24th. Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
Discussion?
I have two individuals. Kristen?
I'm sorry, I didn't realize I raised my hand.
I'm sorry. Ms. Bose?
With any new motion, it comes up under new business. It's just what happens in a board meeting. However, when the transportation was cut from the budget, nobody knew. That's all I have to say.
Ms. Fry?
Yes, I just wanted to say that I do agree that sports are very important for the students. My stepdaughter does play field hockey. She'll be playing field hockey for 9th grade, but I am concerned about contact sports. Okay. Me being a nurse, that I really am concerned, with COVID. We do definitely need that for mental health and physical. I do agree with Sue Salerno on that. And also we need to keep the safety in mind for the children also. And we also, for football, we need to establish rules, no huddles, reduce players on sidelines. And we just have to keep the safety of all the children in mind. And the PIAA already set those rules already. And I think we just have to listen to the governor. We're already listening to the governor with reopening the schools. Okay. We have to follow certain protocols. And I just think we just need to do that. So I do have the children's mental health and physical health in mind, but also the safety of the children also. Okay, that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Mr. Kemmer?
Thank you. Mr. Clifford, can you hear me?
Yes.
I understand this is going to be a huge topic within the next couple of weeks until the PIAA comes back. I do not agree with taking the governor's thoughts on this, not starting until after January. Short term, I would suggest, like you said, to get more of an input on the student athletes' parents and even student athletes. But I definitely would not want to heed the cutoff of January 2nd. I believe that's what the governor had pushed. But and pray that they can come up with a compromise between the PIAA and the governor. But so to Mr. Badley's proposal, I definitely would not want to go by the governor at this point. End of comment.
Thank you. Ms. Reese?
Hello?
Yes.
Can we do some kind of survey for that to see how parents feel, how many parents agree with the governor and how many do not? Because I also do not agree with it. I think sports are very important. I see it in my own son. He's missing wrestling tremendously and it's definitely affecting him. So can we do some kind of survey to see where we're at with those things?
I mean, it's a survey.
God, hold on 1 second. God bless you. That's the greatest statement of all time. The public gets to make input and decision. I love it. And not only that, I'm going to ask the philosophical question. Do you think the PIAA will defy the governor at any point?
I hope so.
Yeah, as do all of us, I believe, right? And that's why I also think that since the governor gave the opportunity to put it to the school boards, we should make our own decision without either.
It's all a recommendation. It's not a requirement.
Right,
so.
right. So if the board can make the decision itself, because we are the governing authority, we should just poll the people, which is exactly the direction we're going. Thank you. And at the same time, make our own decision. We're our local government, local control. They'll never stop local control. So God bless you. Thank you.
Mr. Shaner?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just have a procedural question here, and this is for Mr. Stern. This is not for Mr. Bradley. Mr. Stern, we did have a motion on the floor and a second that wasn't voted on prior to you bringing a motion and a second, and I'm just wondering where that fits into the procedure.
Happens all the time, Mr. Shaner.
Okay, thank you, sir.
No other comments at this time, Mr. Stern.
Okay, so I have a motion on the floor to table. Any discussions concerning or the motion that Mr. Bradley set forth with listening to the governor? No.
Mr. Stern, I'm going to request that you add that a survey be taken during that tabled time, and then I'll support your motion to table it.
What are the questions on the survey that we're recommending?
Which direction to go, whether they want the local board to take control, whether they want to make it a volunteer situation, whether we're making it into a club. I mean, there's a whole bunch of discussions we can have.
And is the survey for everyone or just the parents?
No, the entire stakeholders. I think it should go to the taxpayers who would be responsible for paying things once a decision is made. I mean, let's face it, you took away their busing and then you're paying for sports. I mean, that's a pretty rough type thing. I mean, they didn't even have that much discussion over busing, you know? So that, by the way, that's my second motion for the new business. But at the same time, that makes sense, right? So just do it. We can formulate some sort of questionnaire for these parents. I bet if we called the touchdown club and said, hey, what do you want to know? And let's find out what the people think. The takedown club, the touchdown club, I'm sure they have leaders in those organizations that can assist us as a board to poll these stakeholders and get good information.
I believe Mr. Stern.
So will you modify that, Mr. Stern?
The motion on the floor is the table, Mr. Bradley's.
And I'm asking you to add in during which time a survey will be created and taken by the players that matter most. You know, the touchdown club, the stakeholders, the takedown club, whatever you need.
So your survey is to follow the PIAA, which has not given us guidance yet.
Yeah, I don't even think I think it's local control. I don't think they matter. They're just a lobbyist group. You're paying them to organize yourself.
Either to follow the board's decision then, or to follow the governor. So now you're saying the PIAA.
No, sir. The motion on the floor is to table this until such time that the PIAA, the 24th or whatever it was, right? I'm saying let's take a survey in that period of the entire district.
And again, the
Seeking their
survey
input.
for the
And that
PIAA
survey should be
choice-
written, I'm sorry, I was finishing my sentence. The survey should be created by the individuals within the community that are most beneficial to this subject, which is all the coaches, you got all these people that wanted to get hired, you got all the people in the community, the parents, right? You got a nurse that just stopped in and said, hey man, let's really protect these kids. Let's decide no hurdles. We can make all of those decisions internally to Lehighton as a government, and then they get to speak and then approve it or disapprove it. And
Will
if they
this
don't like what we
survey
did, they can boot us.
Will this survey include band and cheerleading then?
Yes,
as part
most
of-
definitely. Cross country, bands, everything, all extracurricular activities, in my opinion, because it's their government. It's their district, right? We just represent the stakeholders. We're the voice of reason after they give us the information. I mean, let's face it. If they want to sacrifice the first virgin, we're going to say no, that's not lawful. But if they come back with an idea that's beneficial and it meets the laws and meets the requirements and it's within our authority, I think we should give them what they want. I know they wanted transportation, so let's give them what they want.
Okay, I have a vote. I'm not accepting the recommendation. I'm still tabling till the 24th on my, and we do have a first and second on that. Roll call vote, Mrs. Wagner to turn.
Can I lobby you one more time? Why not
No,
let
you
them
cannot,
speak,
sir.
Larry?
No,
Why
you
would
cannot,
you
sir, because
silence
I am
them?
not going to, at this point in time in the pandemic, I am not going to assume the liability for the Lehighton Area School District to bypass the governor and the PIAA and the Department of Health.
I didn't say you're bypassing anybody. I just said that you should let them speak.
Obviously you do. If you're
No,
going to have
I said you
sports
should
and
let
they
them
say
speak
you're not
first.
supposed to, you're bypassing. Let's
You're
wait till
not.
the government officials make their decision.
Larry,
Thank
why
you.
would you
That's my
silence these
vote.
We have a motion and a second, Mr.
Why would you
Stern.
silence them, Larry? Let them talk.
There's a
Let
motion
them
and
have
a
a
second.
survey.
Roll call vote, Mrs. Wagner.
To table until the 24th. Mr. Nathan Polar,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes, please.
Ms. Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
So 9 yes, motion carried to table till the 24th.
Thank you for that heated discussion. On the director's concern.
Wait, no, I had one more I said. Hold on. That was just the first one. So real quick, I have a motion to schedule 3 two-hour sessions to answer questions with the public concerning any financial questions to be asked and answered by the public servants elected to the position of director of this government agency known as the Lehighton Area School District. No official business needs to take place. It's a listening session. 3 two-hour sessions, because that meeting where 100 people were in it and people couldn't get in to voice their opinion, we blocked them. I think it was in violation of the Sunshine Act. So I will repeat this for you, Missy, if you don't mind. A motion to schedule 3 two-hour sessions for questions and answers with the public concerning financials to be asked and answered by the public servants elected to the position of director of the government agency known as the Lehighton Area School District. We're letting them ask them, and we're going to ask questions, and we're also going to answer those questions of those public members. Can I get a second on that, please?
I'll second that one.
During the discussion, we'll make them all 3 to occur before the meeting of the 24th so that we can try to correct this transportation issue.
Any on the board? Any discussion from the public, Mr. Cleaver?
You did get my second, right?
That's why I'm asking for comment, Gail.
My comment is that while I certainly feel that the public has a right to ask questions about finances, I know how this is going to go. This is going to be another Dave Bradley Speaks session. And I am not at all interested. If people have questions on finance, please call the business office, call Mr. Cleaver, call somebody, but I am not going to sit and listen for 6 more hours to Dave pontificate, and that's my opinion.
Also, they could attend the finance meetings as well.
I totally agree with
each of these,
it would just be the Dave Bradley show, like for the last 5.5 hours. That's all we've heard. And he has made no sense whatsoever. He is against PIAA. Anything with a union, he is totally against PSBA. So everyone out there knows it. It's the Dave Bradley show. Please, please, let's stop. That's all I'm saying. I love this community. I love the kids. I'd love to see nothing more than that band playing on a Friday night at a football game, but I'm not going to put any kids at risk either. So you want to have your 2-hour meetings, rent a hall somewhere, not on school property. Thank you.
The goal is to let the people speak, Wayne and Rita, and you're supposed to listen to them. And most importantly, I'm been muted.
Dave, do you promise to shut up during the 6 hours? Except for a comment here and there.
I was muted by the host, but yes, it's there for letting the people speak. 100 of them were outside, 100 of them were inside, and we silenced them as a government. It's wrong. Of, by, and for. I think you heard all night that I just want these people to speak. It's hard to get them to speak, but yeah, that's exactly what this is for.
Please, thank you.
I know. I made the offer to fund for a month for 1,000 people to attend the meeting. I received no feedback except from Dave and one other person on the email.
And if we did 1,000, I would be happy, unless it gets full, that we only need to do it once. We could just do one meeting if you can put people in the room. I don't think 1,000 people would show up. Maybe if they knew that they had an opportunity to speak and they were going to be heard, and if they asked a question, it was going to be answered, they'd probably invest their time. I think this district has silenced people by not answering them, diverting them, and then they get silenced.
Dave, you're pontificating again. While I agree with you, I did make that offer.
Are you proposing a Zoom meeting?
Yes.
I have information from my daughter where you can get up to 1,000 people on one Zoom meeting.
Well, it's right there on the Zoom website. Costs $110.
Yes, Ms. Bose, we are checking on that too. And also PSBA sent out notification because they cover our webinar license agreement as well. So we're going to check to see if that's a possibility. Our hope is that we're able to do that without any additional cost to the district or anybody else.
And was this meeting recorded, sir? Mr. Cleaver, was this meeting recorded and to be published as
I
instructed?
do not have the meeting recorded. No, I do not.
You do not? Shame on you.
Why not?
The board directed, hold on, the board directed the administration to record all these meetings and have them published on the website.
Mr. Bradley, I have never been directed to record any Zoom meeting.
It's a meeting of the board, sorry. It's a meeting of the board. The fact that it's in this room instead of a different one, it has no difference from that order by this board that was unanimous.
Next meeting. Ms. Salerno?
Please correct me if I'm wrong. So basically, Larry Stern and Wayne Wentz both just said that they don't want to take the responsibility for anything that can happen to the children. And though I understand that, why have we just wasted a half hour getting people's opinions, talking about doing a survey where we're going to ask parents' opinions, what they want to do with their children, when you have 2 board members that just said that they don't want to put the kids at risk. So if this isn't going anywhere, we shouldn't be wasting any more of anybody's time. Or did I misunderstand what 2 people said?
You definitely heard them, and that's one of
No,
the reasons we
Sue,
had that
Sue,
issues
could I
with the
speak,
middle school.
please? Could I speak, please, Sue? That is what I meant. If PIAA says we can play, I'm all for it. The governor, I don't know, he's January the 1st. That doesn't help us a whole lot with fall sports. But yes, if there's any way we can put kids on a field hockey, and also the band, we've been big band supporters, me and my wife, for 40 years. Any way we can do it, we can. But if we go against PIAA, go against the governor, and something happens, we are responsible. And I don't, believe me, I want to see kids play sports, no matter what sport, whatever it is. But please believe me, we are not against kids going out in the field. It's a big responsibility. If you go against PIAA and the governor and something happens, wow, you know.
But like that woman said earlier, it's a recommendation. It's not the law. If it's a law, it's a different thing. So if we're going to take the time to do a survey, please assure us that the time that whoever's putting into this survey is going to matter. It should be for everything, whether it be chess, band, cheerleading, football, field hockey. It should be everything, including everybody. And please assure us that you're going to take the time that we put into this and our thoughts and opinions, because if it comes down to the board getting to make the decision for the school, if you've already decided that it doesn't matter because it's a recommendation from the government, it's a recommendation from the PIAA, but the board can still decide, let's not waste any more of anybody's time, and let's stop setting our children's false hopes up, because that's all these kids have right now. These weeks of being together as groups is helping these kids. And again, as much as whoever keeps saying Jim Thorpe had a case, you can't tell me Jim Thorpe got that case from being around other football players. They could have got it at Walmart. They could have got it at Lowe's. They could have got it wherever. So you can't prove where it comes from, but stop giving everybody false hopes on everything. And that's just not with sports. That's with schools too. And I understand we don't know anything day to day, hour to hour, but if you're already have your mind set, then please just be honest up front and say that.
No, that's not what I meant. So if that's the way you took it, I apologize. If any way we can get those kids on the field and the band in those bleachers, believe me, I am all for it. You know, and I'm just, you know, I'm a big supporter. 40 years, like I said, I put in with the kids in this area, and any way we can do it, let's do it. You know, and like you said, that kid from Jim Thorpe, he could have got it anywhere. You know, there are guidelines we're going to follow. And again, if we can do it, we will do it. And I'll be the biggest supporter of sports and band you can find. So thank you.
Back to the motion on the floor, actually, Mrs. Wagner, could you please repeat the second and first for the motion that is on the floor, please?
Sure. So the motion that is still on the floor is to schedule 3 2-hour sessions on any financial questions and answers with the public to be asked and answered by the public servants who were elected. It will be no other official business.
I think we've had all the comments concerning that motion. So I'd like a
You still have people with their hand raised, Larry.
I don't know.
Autumn Fry has her hand raised.
Mr. Bradley, I'm trying to keep track of everything with you interrupting, so thank you. Ms. Fry, is this comment regarding the motion for the 3 2-hour that is currently on the floor?
No. No.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bradley, or excuse me, Mr. Stern, then that would be the comments for that motion that was just repeated by Mrs. Wagner.
So Ms. Wagner will be having a roll call vote on the holding of 3 2-hour meetings over the next 2 weeks concerning finance issues.
Okay, so it's 3 2-hour sessions over the next 2 weeks. Mr. Stephen Holland? Mr. Stephen Holland?
No.
Got it. Mrs. Gail Mahalik?
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
No.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
No.
Ms. Joy Beers?
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts?
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley?
Yes, we should let the people speak.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
No.
Mr. Larry Stern?
No.
So it's 4 yes, 5 no, motion denied.
Okay, on the director's concerns, I guess that was you, Ms. Mahalik, but I believe things have been explained since you submitted.
Yes, I'm a representative on the library board, and I'm requesting that we continue to donate the $20,000 to the library each year. So the donation is 20% of the library's budget. The library does an awesome job. They help students and the broader community. They help the elderly. They help children that come in, and they'll work with children that need help anytime. They're there for appointments. They're having this big expansion, but that's paid for. So this money is just operating money. So every year we donate $20,000. I just am hoping that despite the problems with the budget, that we continue to support the library. Can I get 8 more votes, please? Hello?
I can't believe no one's answering. I will second the motion and ask you to consider that after we have a meeting with the public over transportation and some of these other finances, before we write a check for a charity, because it's really not ours to give. And we should also, as a government, seek people that can afford to write a check to the library prior to just taking it from people that may not be able to afford it in the current situation. If that makes sense, I think we should get an opportunity, Gail, to go ask people and try to raise the money external to all the stakeholders that are just hurting right now. But I did
David,
second
we
it.
are doing a capital campaign so we can continue offering the library to people.
Yeah, I think that's a great.
So
I think
that's
a great thing.
constant fundraising, constant.
Correct.
Gail, this is Rita. I too would like nothing better than to give the library their $20,000. But unfortunately, this year, at least, it's not looking like we can do that. Now, my other concern is the library really needs to think that a donation shouldn't be used for operating expenses because it can never be counted on. Years ago, they were looking into doing a library tax, and I think that's maybe something they should pursue. And I'm not saying I'm never going to give money to the library again from the school district, but what I'm saying is right now, this year, for 2021 school year, I cannot authorize that donation, and I'm very sorry about that.
Larry, this is Wayne. Could I comment?
Please.
Yeah, with the uncertainty with the COVID and everything, kids are going to need that library. And I know a lot of kids use that library. If we can't do the 20, can we do something or partial or, you know, whatever we could do, I'm sure the library would appreciate. Like I said, the uncertainty with the COVID, kids being in school, out of school, whatever, that library's always there for the kids. So if some way Patty can work a miracle and we can donate something, I think they'd really appreciate it. That's all I got to say.
Is it definite that the 20,000 is not in the budget for next year?
What a great question. And to be honest with you, I couldn't find it in the budget, Gail. And I can't
3,300
get a
community
single
service.
director. I was speaking, sorry. I can't get a single director to even allow the people to ask such questions because they just want to silence them. So I think that those meetings would have been important. And I think that the reality is these are questions that everybody should just know up front, whether it was in there or not. I couldn't find it though, Gail.
I want to know, yes or no?
I believe the code is 3,300 community services, but I am not sure.
Patty, do you know? Is Patty still there? Does anybody know?
Dale, if you look at the budget, I believe it is 3,300 community services, but we need that to be confirmed. Okay? It's a budget
And
line.
there is 20,000 in that fund?
If you look at the budget on the website, on their final budget, there, I believe, is a code, which is 3,300, which says community services. Now, we gotta validate that community services is what we had designated for the library. I can't make that at this point. I don't know. I'm not sure. I believe it to be, but I'm not sure.
Sorry, I'm pulling it up. Let's see if we can find it. La-da-dee. Yes, it's in the budget.
If that is what 3,300 community services means, and
Yeah, it says $20,000.
I have to get clarification.
Sounds promising to me. Okay.
Let's work it. Okay.
All right.
Well, wait, we got a motion on a second. You got to let the people speak, and then you got to make your vote there, boss. And you got 5 people with their hands raised.
Could we just confirm what the motion in the second is because I don't know where the second came
So
from.
the motion is by Mrs. Mahalik, second by Mr. Bradley to continue to donate the $20,000 to the Lehighton Memorial Library.
Public comment, JJ?
Yes. Autumn?
Yes, just to clarify, this is Autumn Abelovsky. I too represent the Lehighton Memorial Library Board of Trustees, as does Gail. I am the representative from the borough. Thank you, Gail, for advocating for it. I just wanted to clarify a few things. When I saw this on the agenda, I was a little disheartened to see the word donation. We don't really look at it as a donation. We look at it as a partnership. It's a contribution that the Lehighton School District has made for over 40 years to the library. It is an extension of the educational resources that the school district offers. On days that the school district is not in session, our library is. During the time when COVID happened and the school district was closed to the students, our library was able to open back up and offer services through walk-in and appointments to the students. And that would continue even into the 2020-2021 school year. If for any reason that COVID has, a rejuvenation or anything would happen. At this time, we're not even looking to have the contribution voted on tonight. We are looking for our 2020 budget on the contribution. But if anybody on the school district board would have any questions, we would welcome the opportunity to discuss this further with your board to help you make the decision. If the 20,000 is not doable, we are willing to negotiate and work something out. We just feel that partnership is still just so important to our community. And I think that's something that everybody can agree on. The public library is a necessary asset to the community.
Autumn, just to make sure you're aware, this motion is moot because it's already in the budget. It should be just pulled from the meeting here today, procedurally. I'd like everyone else to speak though, because what the motion has to be would be all the people that approve this budget would have to undo what they already did. And I don't believe that this board has any authority to change anything in the budget until the end of the 3 months after the budget was passed, which is one of the problems that are struggling with this transportation issue. And you can clarify that with your solicitor and Larry, but right now we just confirmed it's in the budget. So a motion would have to be to take it out.
Bradley, I would like to hold on that confirmation because I know there was a 3300 code. I know it's a community services. I just don't know.
I just looked it up. It's there. You're there. $20,000 just like you did, 40 years worth, same one last year.
I don't know if that code is, it doesn't say Lehighton Library donation on it.
No. It's community service, just like it's been approved
for
the last 40 years.
That means the
Are
library.
you doubting it, sir? You're the one that signed this budget. You signed it. Are you doubting your own signature?
I'm not doubting. I was the one who told you where the code was. I just don't know that is exactly what that means, sir.
You've been here for 20 years doing this stuff, right? How long have you been a board member? You don't know? Why are you hiding from information? I don't understand you at all.
Ms. Fry?
Hello. Just bear with me. I'm a little tired because it's late. I apologize. I just wanted to, in conjunction with my comment I made a little bit earlier, with the sports and everything, I just think we just need to do what's right for the kids and the safety. That's all I just wanted to add to my comment earlier. That's all. And I just wanted to, wish everybody a good night. And I just hope everybody can get to bed soon. That's all. Thank you.
Oh, who's stopping you?
Ms. Bose?
Yes, that amount has been in the budget every single year. I do believe it was 20,700 because prior to this, because the treasurer's payment is donated as well. I think it's $700. The only change was that 700 was not in there. Every year it's been donated for community services to the library. It's been in every single budget. And that's a community service, the donation to the library.
Ms. Roberts?
Good evening. I'm Jane Roberts. I'm a member of the library board. I'm the secretary of the library board. And I appreciate the conversation you're having about this amount of money. I know it's a late hour and you've been through a lot. I would like to reiterate what Autumn said. And that is that it makes up 20% of our budget. And because it's been a partnership all of these years, we've kind of included it in our budget because there was always reciprocity there. I'm wondering, since the money, and I know you have to verify this, Mr. Stern, I believe it was Mr. Stern, Mr. Cleaver, I can't tell by voices, but I believe the money is in the budget for the 2019-2020 school year, which has ended. It's also a line item in the budget for the 2020-21 school year. So at this point, what we're asking is, once you verify that the money for this completed school year be released, and then what's in for next year, I don't know how long you say there is to renegotiate it, but certainly we would be glad to discuss this further. We're not demanding as much as we're saying. We try to support the students, and certainly in this time when the schools are very limited in what they can do with the students in the community, we're there to bridge the gap. We also bridge it with the senior citizens. So the school district is not only supporting school kids by the contribution and the partnership, they're also supporting the senior citizens. So please consider, and we appreciate all you've done for us in the past, and we really hope that things can move forward. We, not you, we are all in a sticky situation, but we appreciate everything you've done for us. Thank you.
Excuse me, before you go, Jane,
Yes.
are you making the statement that from the last year, you guys didn't get the $20,000?
No, you see, you're correct. Every year we need to request the release of the money.
Sure.
And it hasn't been requested. That's why we were concerned when we saw it at this point in the agenda. We were thinking that once Gail put it on the agenda, it would be up in the regular business just as a please release this for the 2019-2020 school year.
Well, you just opened up Pandora's box because this board Larry signed an expenditure report and an AFR that went to the state saying we already gave you this money.
The money, just for clarification,
Last year's money, Mrs. Roberts?
was, yes, 1920 money was sent on September 30th of 19, documentation, and all that documentation was sent to the library.
Well, okay.
I think Jane's behind with getting some of the information.
I appreciate that.
It was sent.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, I did speak with Mr. Cleaver today, and I spoke with Melissa, the director at the library, and she spoke with Autumn, but I guess Jane wasn't in the loop.
No, I wasn't in the loop.
So I'm sorry, Jane.
No problem at all. And I really appreciate it. That's the value of having stakeholder input. We can verify and test things. And when the board actually answers, it's all done. It's instant. It's like, wow, okay, we solved that problem. Let's move on to the next one.
Okay, well then, thank you for answering that question.
Mr. Stern, I just wanted to note, I believe Mr. Belts is no longer in the meeting.
Well, I would propose we put that disbursement on the motion for September or even in August and get it taken care of. Okay?
It's already on the budget, Larry.
Courtesy of the floor, public comment, Mr. Stern. I believe we have 2 individuals. Autumn, courtesy of the floor.
Okay, yeah, sorry. I just wanted to clarify what Mr. Cleaver and Ms. Mahalik had stated. It became a little confusing because the library goes by a calendar year where the school district goes by the school year for their budgets. So there was a little bit of a confusion if we had received the 2019-2020. But that was all clarified. The issue came in because 2018 contribution was late and we got the 2 in 2019. So yes, all we are asking for or hoping for is the contribution from your 2020-2021 budget. We did receive the payment on September 30th, 2019 for the 19-20 budget. That's all. I just wanted to clarify everything. Thank you.
Mr. Shaner?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate your time and staying late tonight. My first question is if we're all set to return to in-person learning, which is great for our kids, when will we be returning to in-person board meetings?
At this point, the guidance still from the governor is no more than groups of 25. So until guidance changes with that and limiting that, we will still be doing virtual meetings or virtual committee meetings.
Okay, thank you for that. Is it possible for the board to review invoices for medical services or insurance products with redacted personal information under the HIPAA regulations? I believe the question was
to Mr. Filer with.
Okay.
It would require essentially blacking out all personal identifiable information. So at the end, you just have, we paid for this service, which is essentially what they get now.
So it is possible to redact the personal information and still provide them with invoices, correct?
Shana, what he's saying is, what is the value of?
That was not my question. All I asked was it was legal.
Thank you, sir.
It sounds as if it was legal, but I guess my concern would be the liability in the event that, something is missed. Who would be responsible? Would the administration then be liable, or would the district, Mr. Filer, be liable?
I'd be suing both.
And realistically, since they're our vendor, can't we just have them identify people with their employer number?
It's a fair question, Mr. Filer.
Yeah, because ultimately we want to confirm that our goal, the government's goal, who is the only one with a fiduciary responsibility to not say anything when they look at it. I mean, let's face it, someone gets to see this information, whether it's the secretary that opens up the mail or the business manager or the superintendent. They're subordinate to the board, who should have access to and see these things. And we're required as a board. I mean, we could have an executive session and review each and every one of them without any redaction if you really wanted to. There's not really a requirement on either side. So in the past, when our old business manager would allow us to do this, it was not that big a deal. But we definitely have been blocked.
So, Mr. Bradley, for clarification, our old business manager allowed you to see personnel and health information?
The payment of
No, you said he allowed you to see that. So you're saying the information that you were able to view had personal health information and you were able to see the people's names?
Like the transportation bills?
No, I'm talking about the health bills as we're talking now. You made the comment that in the past you were able to view these from our former.
Most definitely, a board of director has the access to everything under 518. It's our records. We're the ones retaining them. We hand them to you to hold for us. We most definitely have 100% access to any of that information as a duly elected board of director.
So
we can't release it to other people.
So you're
not part of the
personal health information, is what you're saying.
When you what are you defining as personal health information? That
the information you're requesting that has these individuals' names on it and health information.
Absolutely does not have personal information.
What's that?
It just has that It just has that employee 23 got a payment. Let's take. I'll pull one up. I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. Hold on a second.
No.
I'll show you what I'm talking about. Let's not mix metaphors.
Because you're making a comment that is putting our district at a liability
Absolutely
now.
not.
I wanted to know exactly what you meant by your
I'll put it up right on the register. Hold on.
I don't need to put
Check
it up.
number. Hold on. Here you go. Check number 019708. Right. For
Mr.
July was paid.
I'm asking a simple question. When you were in here and viewed those bills,
Correct.
were you able to view personal health information with personal names in them?
I don't know if you would call that a personal health information. Like, I didn't know the diagnosis or any. That's personal health information. That's HIPAA. We're talking about payments to a provider, right? That's what we're talking about. That's what we're viewing, and that's what we viewed. Correct. Payments, financial payments. We're not taking personal information. We're not talking about whether or not a person had a toenail, right? We're talking about whether or not they are under the plan as an employer and employee prior to making that payment. Otherwise, anybody could turn in a bill, right? And the last bill you just turned in for this one was public school health insurance, $519,000 for this month, right? So most definitely that needs to be provided with some oversight. And one of the perfect examples would be the transportation.
Oh, yes, I do.
documents. Before we were able to get the Georges to change students' names to student numbers, we had to redact them as well prior to releasing them to the public. Most definitely. But we could see them as a board of director. There's no blocking a duly elected director from seeing a financial document to be paid by these stakeholders' dollars. That's our job. What makes you think the person that opens up the mail that doesn't have any fiduciary responsibility or any right of confidentiality, by the way, gets to see that without the board of directors that's writing the check?
Yes, I have additional questions, Mr. Cleaver. You had mentioned probably about 3 hours now, so I apologize, about parents needing to make a decision and inform the school by August the 14th as far as what their decision is. How was that communicated to parents? And I apologize if I missed an email or communication.
Yeah, information was sent to the parents, and also when parents, we're letting them know. So that was information was shared.
So when was that sent and how was that communicated?
I would have to look at they were building specific, so I would have to look and see when they were sent out by building. I could get that information by
Yes,
talking.
I would appreciate that. And if we could have that at the next board meeting, that would be great. Thank you here. So give me 1 second. I do apologize. I have some more. I just want to go back and I apologize if I missed the finance committee meeting here, but we're making the decision to eliminate the director of IT when we're moving to more virtual learning. Was there not more of an opportunity to look at the classes and the number of teachers that were necessary based on the number of students that would be attending other cyber schools as well as the LAVA or asynchronous learning?
I'm sorry, Ms. Cheney, can you repeat the question?
Sure. Why did we decide the director of IT when we're moving to more virtual learning as a position elimination versus looking at the number of maybe teachers that were necessary to save money on the budget, considering the fact that there will be more students moving to outside of network cyber charter schools, the LAVA or the asynchronous learning? And I know you quoted the number of 200 earlier tonight.
Yes, the beginning of the finances, when we had finance discussion, those two positions were what was recommended to be eliminated to balance our budget. And that was discussed at the finance meeting, yes.
And I guess I apologize. So I don't know, is there any logic that you can share behind why that was a position that was being discussed and chosen to be eliminated?
Again, it was, based upon where we were at and discussions that we had to balance our budget. There was two positions that were recommended. Other positions are contracted. Act 13 our Act 93 employees are at will employees as well. So that was, part of the discussion.
So you can't downsize. So you're saying you can't downsize your teaching staff based on a contractual agreement?
That is, professional and support staff contracts. There is legalities when it comes to downsizing or elimination of positions. That is correct.
Correct. What is the contractual language that prevents you from eliminating a teaching position?
Would be a furlough language, and you would have to go through, notification, and there is steps as far as the labor and industry guidelines that would allow that to happen. Low enrollment is one, also financial, but there's timeframes when it comes to announcing those type of furloughs.
Sure, and I think summer would have probably been an appropriate time to do that. I'm very familiar with union contracts as I'm in human resources, but thank you for your answer. I appreciate that. So if you are still having lunch for the middle school and the education students, why no need for lunch aides? Will the teachers be able to handle that additional workload?
That will be part of the duties, yes, for support and professional staff.
Okay, thank you. This question is for Mr. Bradley. Mr. Bradley, would you please be able to provide to Mr. Cleaver and the rest of the board the report regarding the detention statistics that you mentioned earlier so they can be discussed at the next board meeting, as the board was not provided with those.
I will resend them to them. Sure.
Thank you.
And I'll also send them the spreadsheet that has all that documented information. And I will also, if you send me an email to my district email address, dbradley@lehightongovt.org, I will send them to you. And I'll also send them to anyone else that has a Facebook, because I think it's very important information that we protect our students and save this community. Thank you.
Thank you. This question is for Solicitor Schaub. Was I to understand that you were discouraging earlier requests for information as a waste of time? That there were 18 requests for information that were submitted and it was a waste of time and resources and money. Is that correct?
I said that 18 appeals to the right to know requests were a waste of time and money of district resources, yes.
So how can you explain to me how a citizen using their rights is a waste of time and resources?
Sure. When that citizen has the document in their hand and then the next day they ask for an appeal, then they're just wasting time.
I appreciate that. That was a legitimate answer.
That was more to bring to the attention of the board that we need to do something with our right to know requests.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. And then just one more question for Superintendent Cleaver. Have you recorded previous meetings in the Zoom format?
I have not, no.
So none of our meetings since we've been virtual have been recorded, as I understand is to be the edict from the board?
That is correct. The Zoom meetings that we host are not being recorded, no. Unless the board member is recording them on their own, but as far as the district, we're not recording them. We are posting our minutes on the website. Those are the official document of what took place at the meetings.
Is there a requirement to record the meetings that was agreed to?
As I said before, I am not aware. I have not been directed by the majority of the board to record any meetings.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Shaner. Is there any other public comment?
Ms. Ebert? Ms. Ebert?
Yes, Mr. Cleaver, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to take this opportunity to personally thank the school board administration, my former colleagues, students, parents, and the community of Lehighton. As an educator in Lehighton Area School District for the last 14 years, I have grown as a teacher and a leader, and it's because of the collaboration from passionate educators who work together, we are making our community better for our children. I appreciate everything that I have learned, and I will take that knowledge as I embark on my new leadership role at my new school district. I also want to take this opportunity to clarify any misconceptions with regards to my tuition, because apparently that must have been a hot topic. I am well aware of the tuition payment by me that will be given back to the Lehighton Area School District. And as soon as I receive the bill, the district will receive their payment. Again, thank you for such an amazing opportunity to be an educator in Lehighton Area School District.
Thank you, Patty. Ms. Hawk?
Yes. Hi, I'm a member of the Lehighton Area Board as well, library. I wanted to revisit where we were. Well, first, my first comment is, when the library was started or began in 1947, Wilbur Warner contacted the school board and partnered with them way back then to contribute money to our running. And then it was 27,000. So it's been an ongoing situation for a very long time. We rely on that money because it was forthcoming since then. It is part of our budget. Our budget runs from January to December. So if we received the money last year, and if I get my numbers right, I don't have it in front of me, in September, we need the money that was to be budgeted for 2021, 22. If I'm getting my numbers correct, please forgive me, it's getting late, to run this year, because ours runs till the end of the year. So we are looking for you to really consider continuing your contribution with us or your partnership for this year. It's a very needed item. We are very worthwhile for the community, for the people, young, old, rich, poor. We have a set of computers that are used constantly. The addition we're putting on is to make more rooms for people to have programs there, especially since there will be needing more activity with COVID. I mean, to come in and do activities because school is not in session. You started a process. There was a motion and then seconded, and then nothing happened, and then there was tabled. So could you tell me where the status is now?
Will we be putting that on the agenda for either the 24th or in our September meeting?
Okay, so there will be more discussion.
Pam, we didn't receive any funding in 17 and 18 for that year. But we did receive it. We did receive it in March of 2019, and then we received another check to make up for the missing check. We received it in March. Then we received one again in September 2019. So we are on schedule right now for the funds.
Okay, right. But I'm just saying for the next budget, which is 2021, we should be receiving that in like September when they start the school. That was what the normal payment was. In September, when you folks started school, we would receive our partnership with you.
We should be getting that funding in September. You're right.
And that, yes. So that's what since they're not, I just didn't know where it stood now. I didn't hear from the conversation what nothing was decided. So that's why I wanted to bring it back up again and see when it was going to be addressed.
I believe they are checking to see if it's in the budget, but it appears to be in the budget at this point.
2021.
For September. Yeah, for September, we should get our funding.
That'd be lovely. Thank you. We'd love to see them continue. Thank you.
Ms. Bowes?
Yes. I'd like to respond to a comment by Mr. Filer, which was touched on by someone else with the appeals to the OOR. I made an appeal, which I would not have made had I known that the records office was closed certain days. Having that information on the website would have been beneficial. I did not know that the office was not open 5 days a week because administration was open. So if it's not communicated to people, then people file appeals. It is the law. Don't like the law, change it.
Ms. Bowes, just for the record, I was not counting your appeal in the 18 appeals that we had.
Right, but I don't wish to cost the district money unnecessarily. I really don't. I mean, that goes against everything I believe in. Certainly a little more transparency on when the office is open for such things would help. You know, another page on the website maybe, or maybe under the right to know information that's already up, that we're only open 3 days a week on, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, whatever, that would help. Now I do want to make a right to know request, but I want to make sure it is targeted to what I'm looking for. Is there any possible way, without making a right to know request, to find out the name of the printer for the bills, for the tax bills? Because what I'm looking for is what the cost is, including the postage, since people have been receiving all their tax bills separately. I would like to actually see the contract, which should be public knowledge, so that I can see what all the costs were. So I don't know how to request that without knowing the name of the printer. So if someone could get that to me through email, I know you have it, so that I can make a proper right to know request so we don't have to go through an appeal. And as far as the EC handbook, pages 12 and 13, anyone looking to come to the district, look at that. It looks professional on the website. Can it be fixed? That's my other thing. And there's probably a couple more that I didn't make note of, but it can wait till next time. It's late.
Ms. Reese? Ms. Reese?
Yes, hello?
Yes.
I just wanted to ask real quick. I think it was mentioned before under the new guidelines that came out today, Lehighton's under the moderate. How do they determine that? Is it like weekly numbers, monthly numbers? Because I thought Carbon has been pretty good compared to other counties.
Yeah, there is a metrics that they're using. If you go on PD's website, you could see that, and is by date and is by month, or excuse me, by week to week. So there was a count up until July 31st, another count up until August 7th, and there's a whole formula listed there, and you could find all that information there. And if you scroll on Carbon County, it'll give like a brief description of how, you know, how they decide whether you're low, moderate, or, you know, substantial.
So one week we could be moderate with the hybrid and stuff, and the next week we could be substantial and then back to low. And that's trying to get an idea of how easily and fast it changes.
That's why we have meetings. That information came out today, 11:30. I have several meetings tomorrow because that question has been probably raised about 50 times of if you go from moderate,
right?
Does that allow all to go back to all person? If you go moderate to substantial, does that mean then we have to go full hybrid? So there's a lot of still questions out there that need to be answered.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Stern?
Okay, thank you for everybody who participated this evening. I will take a motion and a second to adjourn the meeting.
So moved.
Hold on 1 second, please. Hold on 1 second.
Second.
Hold on a second. I pulled up the live streaming of the board meetings and the motion to archive them, and all of that discussion was on September 17th of 2018. It's in the board minutes available on the website, and the motion was made by myself, seconded by Mrs. Beers, and it was passed at 8-1 with the only dissenting voter was Wayne Wentz. Thank you.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. I will adjourn the meeting at 11:35 p.m. Thank you.